Check 1, 2, check. Good morning out there. How's everybody doing? How y'all doing? Hope you all had a great weekend. That's Joe Donut. I don't think he knows that I put his picture on there, though. I don't know what he's going to say. Maybe somebody should tell him. Hold on a second. What do I got to do out there? I gotta make sure the bots don't come in today. Okay, subscribers only. Any duration. Okay, so it's just subscribers be able to comment this morning. If you're just joining us for the first time, please like, subscribe. If you want to make comments, you gotta subscribe, I guess. It keeps the bots out. We get these Russian chicks in here. They find everyone in chat hot, and they want these guys to and these girls too, and these thems and theys to check them out. Let's get right over to the live stream. I'm gonna waste any time this morning. It's a long weekend. Let's see what you guys are saying this morning. First off, good morning. Hope you all had a great weekend. Look at that blast off this morning. We did slam through a level, though. We did slam through level 1. They bought it right back up. How long this lasts is yet to be seen. I'll go over some places of interest for you if you're a bear. There's probably another sell signal coming up. I'll give you a level here to be looking for. Maybe 4063. That's not showing up on BOOKMAP at this moment. But we're running an algo in the background, an algorithm. We're going to see how this works out. Could be lower. I mean, I've got it here at 4063, but it doesn't track exact. It could be that 404. That top of the key right there. That pivot point. We'll go into it and how to interact with it and how predictive it is and how good the predictions are, how far out
Minister says he's
the predictions are.
unable to meet OPEC quota because oil producers stopped injecting crude into pipelines.
See what you guys are talking about. So good morning, Harushi. Good morning, Dylan. Good morning, Dean. Jay Cortina. Jill Natolo. Good morning, X. Good morning, Sue. Good morning, R²89. Binky's in the house. El Marino, Mel Yellow, Winky.
Nigeria's petroleum
What up, Winky?
says we're currently unable to meet OPEC quota because oil producers stopped injecting crude into pipelines.
You know, Winky's trying to break off from Twitter. So we're going to move the newsletter over to the website so that Winky can get access to it. People that join us just on YouTube can gain access to it. Joe and I are working on making that happen over the next week or so. So you guys can have a safe haven no matter what social media platform you're on. If you only use YouTube, we're going to be streaming, I think, on some other platforms as well. So depending on how you find us, you'll have one place to go to consistently, never have to worry about how to find the information we put out. I wish Winky could have seen that stuff this morning. He probably has no idea what we're talking about. So I'll probably try to get that stuff to him at some point so that he's always in the loop. Good morning, Roja. Good morning, Gil. We can apply that, too, to any ticker that you like. Good morning, Fishing with Panfish. Good to see you, Dan. I haven't seen you in a while. Have you been working or have you been on vacation? Scott Conley, good morning, Elite. 1987, Mel Yellow. Indices we trust. Tony Cheese is in the house. Wilson Connor. John Smith, Everton, Patrick. You guys got a bunch of you in here. D. Crosby. There's a whole bunch of people in here. Don Mafia, good morning. Thanks for hitting that like button. I appreciate that, Don Mafia. The bots want all your money. Roha, how are you, brother? So Roha's asking, what about the blast up? I think that you should first go back into, well, first you have to have the context of the blast up. Let's talk with Roha real quick, because I think that people's expectations
Fed bids
are...
for 6-month bills total $3.8 billion, and Fed bids for 3-month bills total $4.6 billion.
I think the people's expectations, or they hear what they want to hear. So I think you have to consume or take the entire picture into, if you watch my posts on @CaptainsAlpha, if you watch the live stream, specifically on Friday, at the end of the live stream, I had spoken to you about what I would like to see over Friday and into Monday, Tuesday, which was a decline. Now, we did go up and clean out on Friday the gaps that were above, but we continued down into today. So there's this concept of longer time frames, shorter time frames. What are you asking for to happen in those time frames? So I want you to be I want to be clear with you, and I want you to be clear with me on which time frame you're speaking of, so that we're not or muddling what exactly is going on. So if you follow the @CaptainsAlpha, you'll every morning you'll get my take on what to expect, and then the live stream the same thing. And then when I post on Captain Jim James, you want to look on that time frame as well. Nothing is straight up, straight down. I guess that's my point in general. So when you're looking on different time frames, you're going to expect different outcomes. And every day I should be putting out some kind of a daily brief to you, or most days I try to, so that you can get a feel for what's going to happen, what my expectations are. End of the day as well. And you can see that is lined up very well the past couple weeks, maybe longer. So that's answering his question. Howdy, Cap. Good morning, Cook Sweet D. How are you? Gene Torres, Small E, Ryan Morris. Good morning, Liam. Good morning, Omar. How are you, brother? Let's see what you guys are saying in here. Yeah, good morning, Market Rebel. Good to see you too. Yeah, Winky, I got you, brother. I got you covered. RXT got hacked. Usually that brings the stock down for a day or two, and then it recovers. Don't know if that will happen this time. Just pointing it out. Thanks for the heads up, Wink. You been working, Panfish? The in and outs. I appreciate that, brother. Appreciate it, Dan. So Roha for you is asking, are wrong. So let's go back to. I'm on 4-hour 1 day. Yeah, good to see you, Omar. I saw that comment from you this morning as well. So let's look at a few things. We'll look at a few things. So let's look at a larger time frame here.
Brent crude futures turn negative after earlier rising over $2 a barrel.
Let's look at the let's look at BOOKMAP. Let's get rid of BOOKMAP here, and we'll take a look at a larger time frame.
This
right?
stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
We ended up taking some puts in here, right? You guys remember that? And then you remember on or I think it was on Jim James or at CaptainJimJames, it said close for profit on the open, right? Right down here. So we closed for profit on the open. We came up here. And as a matter of fact, I think I got out of stream somewhere around here to leave on Friday. And I gave you my synopsis for what to expect for this week and what I wanted to see to make this constructive into this week. And you can go back and just watch on the tape. All this shit's on the tape. Like everything that I say to you out there publicly is said before it happens. You'll never see me come out on any social media platform and say after the fact, "Hey, look," any kind of that fucking nonsense. This is great, you know. I try to give you my best guest educated opinion as to what's going to happen. And so in here somewhere, I told you that I'm looking for the market to roll over into Monday and Tuesday, possibly even further into the week.
At 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the U.S. sells $54 billion in 3-month bills. Prior bid to cover 2 to 56. High rate 4.285%. US sells $45 billion in 6-month bills. Prior bid to cover 2 to 90 and prior high rate of 4.55%.
Now, of course, yes, or Friday when I got off, we ended up coming up here, and I posted on Twitter about this. I think we hit both of these. I think it was this one. This was the first gap was somewhere here, and the second gap was somewhere right here. One more quick push up, and then I'd asked the question on Twitter: do you think we can close on the high of the previous Thursday high? And I made a post and said the Bears are saying no fucking way. And I agree with that statement that there's no fucking way we're getting a new higher high on Friday. And earlier in the day on Friday, I said the same thing about VIX. You need to have the VIX go up a little. You can't expect just this, and it just never ends. You can. There are melt-up situations that we can expect under certain environments, but in a longer time frame, you're not going to expect that. We can actually expect this when we're in negative gamma, too. If you guys know, if we're in negative gamma, you'll see rips that are straight up. When you're in positive gamma, sorry, I gotta just use this. I was cleaning out some dust from my computer this morning. In positive gamma, you're gonna see a move higher, down. It'll be like a slow move up. Okay, so you're not gonna expect straight up. So you wouldn't expect that. And as a matter of fact, in negative gamma, when we sell off, you'll see straight up rips until they sell back off again. So just different environment. You're not going to expect that to happen, and that wasn't my expectation that we would get all-time highs. And you wouldn't expect that in a positive gamma environment at all. Sometimes you'll get it if you sell off enough in a positive gamma, you'll slingshot back up. But it's just not characteristically a part of that. What to expect in that environment. So this is constructive for you. If you're a bull out there, this is very constructive for you. You want to see a consolidation trade down into the next coming days at least. You'd like to see this. You'd like to see us have an orderly sell off, the VIX to climb a little bit, and then hopefully be able to position yourself for at least some kind of a move up into end of week, possibly Monday, Tuesday, let's say. We have JPOW coming up, what is it, next week, right, on Tuesday? Make sure I get the dates right over here. Hold on. Well, let's look at a larger time frame here. So we've got some JPOW over here on the 14th, right? So here's JPOW's presser coming up here, right? And this is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday right here. So hold on here. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday right here. So you kind of want to, what I would like to see is some kind of moment where we're able to come down, right? You can buy as a bull, you can kind of buy a dip down here and at least catch this move up into Friday. Does that make sense? So you're able to catch a move down, ride this up, kind of riskish free. This could even be higher, right? You don't want to be buying this right on the bell this morning. But I think the model that I sent to you, if you were to go to Captain's Alpha this morning, even the model that I sent to you this morning predicted the sell-off right off the bell, right? You guys know that, right? Any of you guys that were on Captain's Alpha could read that it said to expect the sell off the bell this morning, which we continued to get off the open this morning. And so you're looking for that, right? As a bear, you were looking for that this morning as well, to sell off the bell, to take this part of the trade right here. You know, on a larger time frame, if we're looking at a month, let's say, that I always tell you to trade the levels no matter what, right? No matter what an algo tells you, you want to trade the levels. We've talked about trading this level. We've talked about trading this level. And then we've talked about the meaty one down here, right? If you want to start getting bearish, it's not until you get some confirmation down here. Does that make sense? So you trade each level. You use the algo to predict where we're headed.
A.M. Eastern Time, US.
And then if you're a bull, where are you really looking to buy a dip right now is somewhere down in here. Does that make sense?
56 prior high rate of 4.285%. US sells $45 billion in 6-month bills, prior bid to cover of 2 to 90, and a prior high rate of 4.55%.
Yeah, I'm starting to like when it comes to news, I'm getting even more and more like I really don't care about the news. I really don't care. I was talking to Joe this morning and I had sent him some Tesla predictions from yesterday, and they held true this morning. And of course, news dropped this morning about Tesla and China, and I'm like, oh, shocker that this news dropped this morning. It's almost like they're running similar algorithms, and then ramp or give traction or decide to drop news at specific times. So at any rate, let's go back to the 1 day here. Yeah, the algo is kind of saying to expect something like, yeah, some kind of I should be doing this yet, but some kind of a, because that we gotta see, but some kind of a move down like that, and then you're gonna get your rip towards end of week. I'll post those things. That stuff's gonna go behind just a heads up as we run these things, as we develop them, put them out. You're gonna get them, get access to those tools. You can apply them however you like, and I'll give you a list of things to use when you're using these tools, so that you can do a quantitative analysis of the algorithm. Hold on a second here. As it does change depending upon, there's a couple, we'll talk about that later. It's not something we're going to talk about right now. Let me scroll up here and see what you guys are saying. Morning, Evan. How are you? I think I already said hello to you. Fed Whisperer. Chase is saying Fed officials have clearly signaled plans to raise rates by 50 basis points at their meeting next week. Yeah, I think that was always known, right? So before we even go on with the rest of whatever Chase is posting, let's be clear here. The federal funds rate gives, there's a percentage chance of what's going to happen. It was 50 basis points. There have been times, there was an interview that J. Powell gave where he was open to, this is prior to his last speech that he did. I think it was the last meeting he was in, or minutes, or there was an interview part. There was an interview, I want to say 2 or 3 weeks ago. Hey, buddy. Like 2 or 3 weeks ago, there was an interview given where he said he was open to higher rates to 75 BPS. And so you'll hear people on social media say, wouldn't it be cool or great if he did a surprise 75 basis point hike? So 50 was the originally expected, and then the federal funds rate, I believe, was showing now a higher probability of 25 basis points due to his last interview. So 50 is what I would expect, just as a baseline. I can understand both arguments for 25 and a 75 surprise, and even the volatility of
I'll lead with 3-month bills bid to cover ratio.
That being put out publicly to keep everyone on their toes. Is it 25? Is it 50 or 75? Seems like every time you go to a meeting, you've got speakers that talk or bring up that both or a wider range. We'll talk about that later on today if you want, about the Fed and the speakers and data dependence and all those kind of issues. Covering your own ass. I heard that yesterday. I was like, definitely. What else is Chase saying? Elevated wage pressures could muddy the debate over 50 versus 25 in February and lead officials to pencil in more hikes next year. Yeah, I don't know if there's. I have some disagreements on some of the data that's being publicly released on wages, unemployment. There's a lot of muddying of the water by Fed officials that It's kind of shocking. I know JP is going to pump the markets up here. He can't pump the markets. There can't be any kind of pumping or dumping of markets by Fed officials. They're under a blackout right now. Their whole intent is to create uncertainty in the discussion in the marketplace. But there are other indicators and data available that suggest otherwise. Not only a pause or slowing of rates, but they're going to fucking have to get rid of rates and possibly move into no rates. Even in, it's kind of weird. Everyone's like, well, the unemployment, inflation's going to come down at 2%, and then you got people saying you're going to see death and destruction in the economy in 2023. It's weird because people talk out of two mouths. And then people will say things like, there's wage problems out there, and it's going to get ugly and nasty. So you got like two competing forces, but then no one wants to say, well, they're not going to fucking keep raising rates if they've broken something, right? So it's like, it's like fear, and all of this fear is geared just towards two things. It's geared towards you accepting inflation in the hope that inflation comes down while they pump this fear, whereas the data suggests otherwise. And then how it acts in our, the economy is not the stock market. So you have to separate both of those. And I try to explain this to people with the you've got the
cover 2 to 67, 2 to 67.
You got the stock trader hat, and then you get your Main Street hat. So when I talk to my friends or when I'm voting or
27%, 4.27%.
As a matter of fact,
awards, 5.66% of bids at high.
It's a prime example. Is I'm a people probably know I'm a Democrat.
Bill bid to cover ratio 2 to 57, 2 to 57. Sells 49 billion 6-month bills. High rate 4.57%, 4.57%.
Yeah, if my wife asks me or my kids ask me, that it's always fuck Trump. But then of course, if you ask me, I fucking love him. The fucking guy has made me so much money, it's not even funny.
Tick Strike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments.
My
Get a
point.
free trial at tickstrike.com.
My point behind that is, you can see that the initial reaction off of the possibility of lower rates in our stock market was to pump it, and so you can't always rely upon economic data and how it impacts our stock market. Our stock market is not our economy. It's not. There's two different things, and they don't always correlate. There are some things that do always correlate. The unemployment rate does correlate over time. It's one of the best indicators, I think, for when you actually see market crashes. There are some that sometimes correlate, some that sometimes don't. But there are others that do correlate quite consistently. And so over time, too, this is, a large time frame. So there are some things you are looking for that can correlate, but oftentimes on a smaller time frame, you're not going to see those correlations. And, it's interesting. Someone posted yesterday that we would see 3,100. Now, my point was, what kind of time frame are you talking about? And then my other point was, if I have a model that says we can easily go to 430, 440, or 4,300 or 4,400, and you're saying we can go to 3,100, but does that model take into account of going to 40? Does your model change if we go to 43 or 4,400? Can you take a short on the market for, matter of fact, I don't show those numbers until I show a couple attempts at it in springtime and then next fall, and believe it or not, 2024 in springtime. But my question then becomes, can you take a short, like right where you are right now, and account for us going up to 4,300? Will your bank allow you to stay in that position? Or how much more do you have to add? How much does it cost to carry that short? And you're telling me you're not going to get a phone call at some point. So there's, And then does your model account for when we're up there? Does it actually come back down to 4,100 to 3,100 from 4,300? Or that's what you're saying, right? How long does it take to get there? So there's like all these other questions when you make those statements. And positioning is key. Everybody knows positioning is key. Positioning is key in buying a dip. Positioning is key in where do you buy that dip? How long are holding that dip for? Cyclically, where are you to hold that dip? That kind of stuff. So I don't think those answers are those questions are always answered. Yeah, I keep hearing about the rising wedge. Everybody I've heard that the rising wedge. Let me see. News is noisy, too much noise. Yeah, I agree with that. Main all-time trend line and this rising wedge meet exactly Wednesday. Amazing how it's always foretold. Too much noise. News is noisy. China news was foretold last week or before. Yeah. Yeah, Chase, remember we talked about that, Chase? We were like, remember when the China news broke? I posted about it before, like the overnight. I think there's a few of us that are up overnight. I remember Sater was up overnight. And we were all watching the Dixie, or not Dixie, but DX in the overnight dollar futures, waiting for an announcement from China. And of course, they try to manipulate the currency markets, and then of course the stock markets. They don't like anyone making any money off that, so they're softening the blow of reopening. And so Chase is talking about that right now. Algo says maybe SPY 406, 408 into Powell CPI, then possible major dump cycle again. Everyone is too bulled up. I don't agree with that at all. That we're too bulled up. I think you're going to see I think you're going to see the push higher. I think that we're not bulled up enough. I think the trap is set for the bears, personally. ES buyers and sellers are balanced. Read the rest of the tweet and article. Cap. Absolutely, I will, Chase. Poor Badger, Bullard, I believe. Let me see. I don't know anyone that is unemployed. Yeah, no one's unemployed. The numbers are really fucked up right now, too. Everyone's working. People are working like crazy. Issue out of 50 isn't rate hike. We know 50. Issue is, does the terminal rate move higher? Is market not? So the terminal rate is coming down. If you want to know. What do you mean no rates? Like no rates. like there's a fair chance. It's weird. So it's weird. You got people publicly saying or throwing data around, right? And they're like, we're getting a stock market crash. You do know what happens if we get a stock market crash, right? You do realize that. You do realize that when you push publicly doom and gloom, you can say, I've been saying all year, right? Every time we're on a low, you'll get, you like the black swan move down. You know what happens when you get the black swan, right? I don't know. I'm always flabbergasted with the one-sided conversation. You got a bear that says the stock market's going down, but then you tell the bear, well, if the stock market's going down, the rates are coming off, right? Like fully. We're going back into QE, right? And the crazy part is once you get that, you'll probably get it before the crash happens. Not always, but sometimes you will. So you'll actually see no rates. They'll literally take the rates away, go to zero, and blast off QE. Which is kind of crazy. Good news or hawkish is bearish, or dovish is actually bearish, and vice versa. Hey, I'm short at 4059 is 3600 good profit, or should I cash out before? Got here late. Hey, where we roam, how are you? I'm pretty fucking sure up here at 405 410. Yeah, I don't think it's so Chase is saying I'm pretty fucking short up here at 405 410. Just you on your own, right? You just call your broker. Say, hey man, if we go up to like 430, 440, am I gonna get a call from you? Ask him that. right? I mean, that's got to be your own question. You have to find out, or how much money do I have to come up with? That's all on. That's the only idea I would say. I guess you could pull the short off if we started climbing back up again. You can see the this morning when I posted this morning I posted a tweet, Chase, and in that tweet showed a decent idea of what's going to happen. Now, after what the algorithm suggests afterwards is a sideways and down market into late 2023 for S&P 500, and it actually shows TLT fucking going crazy. And the other thing too is I ran it on the DGIA, and it's kind of like a slow rollover through 2023. See, I would just say take that into account. I would call your broker and ask and see what they have to say, or maybe resize the short to carry it over into the end of 2023 or something like that. Does that make sense? Yeah, so Poor Badger's asking about they lying. So remember, you've got this is a good question that Poor Badger's asking. You have to remember that you've got the FOMC chair, right? This is Chair Powell, right? And Chair Powell ultimately makes the decisions. It's ultimately important for him to make a decision, right? And then you've got Fed heads. You've got smaller presidents or little. You can call them whatever you want. And sometimes they dissent, and sometimes they agree. If too many of them dissent, right, it can be bad for Jerome Powell if he is ever called before a Senate hearing, and his decision goes against what the majority say. So you've got some of these smaller guys and men, women, whatever. They're sometimes they're in line with each other, and oftentimes though you'll get, usually, hopefully, you'll get some on one side of the issue, some on the other side of the issue. And Jerome will come back later and say it was data dependent, right? So it's a way to make excuses for, hey, I was wrong, but my whole committee, my whole committee, or this happens all the time, right? That we're getting different, and you see it in the unemployment numbers, all kinds of Fed release information that is all over the place right now. It's very muddied, and it's intentionally muddied so that they can come back and say, I was right or I was wrong, and it kind of fits the narrative down the road, right? It's taking the blame off of assigning blame, basically. So yes, do they lie? You fucking A well, they lie. They fucking lie their asses off when they need to. You'll notice when they come together and they're all on the same page that the data that's being released and what they're talking about is because they're all quite sure of what's going to happen. So do they lie? Yes. Do they muddy the waters? Yes, absolutely. I know that you think that they don't, but they do. But there's data out there that we'll post. I've said I posted last week and I didn't. I'll post some charts for you guys from the Fred that implies that fuck no, like they're lying. They're 100% lying to you right now. The bond market's showing that. The bond market's showing that. The yields are showing that. They're unemployment to an extent is muddied intentionally. That's really the one that I'm always watching. That's my you got to watch this right here. And there's some conjunction charts you can watch it with too. Yeah, at Captain's Alpha, I should be laying this stuff out for you before it ever happens. You should have expected the sell-off on the bell this morning. You should have expected. If you're a bull, you should want this. I know that sounds insane. This is characteristic. And not surprisingly, we're in positive. Well, I haven't checked to see if we're still in positive again, but I think we are. And it's interesting that we're hovering right around 401.95. We'll look at, let's take a look at, give me a second here. I don't know if we can see it on this chart. I have it on another. It sucks because I'm fucking destroying this chart with. But let's take a look right there. You see that? This is a pain in the ass to look at. This is what the bears want right here. They want to close this gap down below. That's what you're gonna hear. You're gonna hear bears like, "We're closing this gap down here. Let's get some cap." But interesting, right? We're kind of just sitting right on this 200 MA. I think that was in at Captain's Alpha this morning as well, right? I told you to keep an eye on this level down below here. I think I gave you a target down here of 401.65, I think. You'd have to look at it. And I think we tagged 401.58. See it right down there? And I told you that was an important level to be looking at, right? We don't want to trade below that level. I told you to start worrying if we do trade below that level. If we do start worrying, trading that below that level, let's hold on a second here. Remember, if you guys go to Captain's Alpha, you can see it. So I think I posted 401.65. So like right down here, you want to have some concern, and yeah, hold on a second here, for a next leg down. So we'll start looking at it. It's like right here. Here's S1, here's S2 and S3. If we want to make this next trip down here, right? This is the 200A moving average, right? You'd like to see a move under this if you're a bear for this next leg down, right? Break through this level, and there's a couple things you're looking for here. You want to take this level as a bear, but you also want to make sure that when you take this level below the 200, that we don't come down here. You want to capitalize on this trade, but then make sure that we don't have like a double bottom down here and start to break above to recapture that 200 MA. Does that make sense to you guys out there? Hold on here. Give me a second. I should have put this level in here today, and I didn't. I will right now. This level will change to, or was it 401.65, I think? I'll put that one in. This is going to be a moving target. It's not going to stay it's not going to stay constant. It's not going to show up on this chart either. But we'll write it in there, and we'll try to eyeball it into tomorrow. Daily moving average, simple moving average. You guys prefer SMA? Maybe that's more standard. So we'll keep our eyes on this. This opens the door probably to these lower levels to S2, S3. Let me put it back on a 1-day chart over here, and I'll bring back the book map so you can see it. Give me a second here. Yeah, Chase, I think you can. I don't think it's a bad, Chase, that you took the short up above. I think the short is fine. The only question, as usual, Chase, is how long you're going to hold on to it for. It's not that we can't. It's not that we can't sell down to like the depths of hell before we even get there. I think there's at least 3 or 4 chances for us to do that this year, or 2024. There's a couple shots at it. I think it's February and end of April, April 31st or something. I think it's February. I think I even have exact dates, like February 23rd. I haven't talked about that publicly yet, but I think it's like February 23rd and then March 31st. And then the next opportunity for it would be, I think, November 18th. And then it's sometime in, I believe, January of 2024. So it's just a matter of how long you want to hold it, how long you can hold it, that kind of stuff. And you guys will get access to these tools, so that you guys can see what I'm talking about. They do change. One thing that these tools don't account for is there's a couple things these tools don't account for. A lot of them, though, is market events, like a bingo card. It doesn't account. We don't know unemployment numbers. We don't know yield. We don't know FOMC meetings. We don't know about the Ukraine war. We don't know about presidential and political candidates. Those events will reset reset expectations. As a matter of fact, Mike Wilson said something about this specific thing. If we trade too high into beginning of the year, we're going to come back into the market to short back down again. They're not actively shorting right now, and they're looking for a high. I'm assuming it's somewhere between 4,300 and 4,400. I think 4,200, there's a gap to fill, but I think they're looking to get out on a high. They're not actively I don't think large banks are actively shorting the market right now. I think it's a bunch of standing orders. I want to tell us to Chase specifically. I think that there's a shit ton of orders. Here, let me. If you're a bear out there, I want to tell you something. Okay, give me a second here. If you're a bear out there, I think right now that there are a bunch of shorts here, like clockwork, and they're like slamming the button. But I think the big money is up here. They're somewhere up here. And so you're not going to get the follow through that you're looking for. I think they're waiting for something up here in December, January. It doesn't mean they can't come into the market if we start selling down and jump in here. If it can trade down low enough, but I don't think that they're there right now. It's not showing that they're there either. They're, just so you guys know, I don't know if you know this, but there are, I don't know what it's called right now, but there's like a short chart. It's like S something 1. It shows how much of the market is being shorted, and that's not showing the banks in right now. Not like it showed them in here, here, and here. They're not actively in the market. That data is available. I don't know if you guys know that or not. I'll try to find the ticker for that. I think it's I want to say it's like SX1 or something. I don't know. I don't look at it that often. I looked at it last week, and I didn't see the shorts in the market. The big money shorts, like the big fucking banks, they're not. Data-wise, they're not in the market like they were or have been in previous cycles. And they could enter, I guess. Maybe they entered and I don't know today. I don't know. I haven't checked. I can check if you like. But when I checked, when I did check last week, they weren't in the market. You can usually see when they're in the market. Okay, so there's R2. Just be conscious of that if you're a bear. You don't want to get fucked up. Just what you guys saying. XLE finally shit in the bed. Breakdown of topping triangle. Yeah, you know, so I was on vacation this weekend. One of my wife and kids are on vacation. Wanted me to come spend some time with them, and I topically saw what was going on with oil in Russia, and I meant to spend more time on it and didn't. So take a look below. See if we can break through. Oh, there he goes. Oh, look at that. 3990, baby. 3990. Look at that. It's just like a magnet down there. See that magnet down there? Anybody want to... Oh, we also have the contract roll coming up, right? Isn't that like... is that the 15th or 16th? ES contract? Has everybody rolled yet or no? I haven't done that either. I haven't checked the roll. I think that's coming up this week. I don't know what the... I think it's $1.30 in SPY and ES right now, but I could be wrong on that. Look at that beautiful tag down below. You guys see it down below? So we'll keep watching to see if we can trade down there this morning. Just got added to Captain Zaff. I'll take a look. Thanks. I'll put you on there right now. Let me take a look at something here. Give me just a second. I'll check Captain's Alpha right now for you. And if you request it, I'll put you in there. And you can read the note from this morning. What am I doing wrong here? I'm doing something wrong. Hang tighter, guys. All right, so I just let a bunch more people in so you can read that note from this morning. $40102, tagging lower levels, looking for 3990. I'll adjust the book map again for you. So you can see that target lower. Just added CA. Did 401ps before closing Friday. Doing great, thanks. Right on to Mr. NRLA's profits. Got screwed today. That sucks, Ralph. Spot Gamma said grind up so naturally we sell off. Chase, dude, we talked about this last week with Spot Gamma. They're always a fucking a day late and a dollar fucking short, man. I don't subscribe to them anymore, but dude, fucking, I'm telling you, man, it's always these days, dude. Do you wait till you see what they do too? They'll tell you. They'll be like, "Well, there was a solar thing." They're always whenever the market rolls over, they never fucking get it. Every fucking time, man. It's when you're like a second, third Greek dependent. I don't. Yeah, if you like second, just the second Greek dependent or third degree, whatever fucking Greek dependent. Fucking shit never works on its own ever. I'm stoked that happened to them. We just talked about this last week. Just fucking Winky and I were talking about this last fucking week. Just go on Twitter, follow at Captain's Alpha. Currently, we're putting out a daily brief there. We put out levels every morning, and then, but we're moving it off site so that different followers or not followers. I fucking hate that word, followers. Different people in this group can access the information if they're not on social media or if they're only on certain social media. It's just an easier way to get shit to you. Just goes right to your email address, or you just log in and read it every morning. But not sure how much the VIX involves, so low. Yeah, I don't like that either, Chase. I think there's a repricing of VIX coming in, but I don't like nothing's straight the fuck down, is it? Like you're never gonna get like a full repricing of the VIX. You're never gonna get straight down or straight up. It's all I guess you can intraday depending upon the gamma, but you're never gonna get a straight fucking line. We all know that. Give XLA poop puts you got last week. Yeah, I like that trade. A 5-point difference in the SPX and ES according to Mancini's newsletter. I don't think there is. I don't think. Oh yeah. 5 points. I think it translates. I think right now it translates to $1.30. If you're going to look at the ES chart, and then we can look at it when it tags down below. You can look at it right now. 400.95 and 401.50.50. Write all that out and do a subtraction bar, and that'll give you the difference. It's definitely not 5 points. Or, yeah, it's not. Well, I don't know. Mike Wilson is saying he's now sellers again. Jason, you got a link to that, or can you direct me? When did he say that? There's a very unusual spread right now. Yeah, the spread is different. 30 puts for late December were $1 now, $1.60. I like the service, but it can be frustrating, but sometimes it's good because he makes it clear and then I avoid making mistakes. Let's look at UNG, Tommy Thornton newsletter. Natural gas remains weak, down 7.5%. The new to mark sequential buy countdown 13. $401,525. 5, and then we got 488. Give me just a second here. That's 6.45 I've got. Not even 5. I've got it higher. $6.45. It's more than 5. I could be wrong on that. $6.5 points. I believe in you, IWM. You want some IWM levels? Yeah, pivot point third support is 180.77. You got some retracements down there at 179.41, 176.18, and 172.95. You sub Thornton's newsletter? I haven't read it. I'll have to look. I'm going to write it down. I'll take a look at it. Definitely. Still grinding lower, trying to hit 3,990. Buy orders down there, 542. You can still see the buy sell. We're still accumulating here, so just be aware of that down below as well. Hopefully, I can buy a spread down here. If I can buy a fucking spread down here, a call spread, I'm gonna. If I can buy some kind of call spread down here, I'm definitely on it. Nice little weekly down here. See if I can get this to print into Friday. You'll just close 181. It's close, right? You're going to figure that IWM is going to bounce somewhere down here. It's going to be close. So you got, I'll read them off to you one more time for IWM. S2 is 182.55 and S3 is 180.77. Let me take a look at it on my end. Yeah, it's close, right? IWM's close. Real close. It's real fucking close. How much of the trade do you need? You probably get a little bit more out of it, Winky, a little bit more of that put or short position you're in. It's probably not done, but it's close. And IWM was slow as fuck anyways. You probably have another half an hour, right? I always feel like IWM slow as a motherfucker. And I've always, IWM, trading IWM reminds me of trading DIA. Like the first time I ever traded DIA, I was like, I put some calls in or something, or some puts, I don't fucking remember. Like started going my way and then it didn't. I think I took out like monthlies or something. No, I think I took out like a weekly. I don't know exactly. I traded it like 2 or 3 times. I know that. And I think like I took like out a weekly or something. It went my way but never paid. Then I figured out I had to get like monthlies or 3-month out contracts. and it started going my way, but it wasn't printing, and I got so bored with it. Like a weekend, I was like, "Fuck this!" Closed them out, and then of course it blasted off and eventually paid the fuck out of those puts or calls, whatever the fuck they were. But I had to hold them. It was like a bunch of old guys sitting around a fucking bingo table, like a bunch of nine. I think the trading for that, not so much IWM, more so. I've seen IWM print like sometimes IWM print, but like DIA, I'm like fucking a month into it. Head down to the fucking library, check out the free newspaper, fucking get my rotary phone, call up my broker, and I'm like, okay, close that DIA call out for me, will you? It's been in there for like a month and a half. That's how I feel about trading that stuff. Your emotions are running on you. Give me a second here. So my wife and kids still are not home. I came home early. And so I've got the heat in my house set low. And my dogs are like, "Oh fuck no, buddy." They're like we need the kids to cuddle with, your wife to cuddle with, or you to cuddle with. Yeah, right? So right, Winky. Got a little bit of a bounce right now in IWM. A little bit of a bounce on the SPY as well. Do we get down to 3990 is the question. Can you see this? Do you want to make this a little bit bigger here so you guys can see this? That's that 200 SMA. Roughly. Couple nice bounces. One bounce, break below. We are below VWAP. I'd really like to see this continue. I'd really like to see this. I'll be honest with you. I'd be 100% honest with you. I would really like to see this continue. Maybe Wednesday. I know this, like, I want to buy this dip, but I want to see, like, it's kind of showing this might be it. Some stuff I'm looking at showing this might be it for the week, the low, but because they've come down so far so fast. But dude, I swear I want to see. I don't know if that's blood in the streets, but I'd really like to see something down here. I'd really like to see, like, I don't know, even if this comes back up and just kind of some nonsense like this, and then the trap move up into Friday. I'd really like to see that. Or I'd really like to see us just sell down today. Like, not seeing us sell down today leads me to believe we ain't done going down later in the week. And we'll check and see, man. I don't see the volume either, so we'll go back to let's go to we can check. That's not the volume candle you're looking for, I can promise you that. That's not bad. And a 15-minute candle, that's a pretty big volume bar. 1.6 million. It's not great, but we'll see if this is the bottom. This might be. As this develops, this could be a momentary bottom. We'll see. Let me get my I've still got a March not short, but a triple fucking leveraged fucking trade on the Dow going down in March. We'll see if that prints. There's some diamond hand and fucking bears in that trade still too. Let me check that Mike Wilson stuff out too. I'm gonna look that up. Hang tight here. I'm gonna open up my brokerage, and then and I wanted to tell you guys something else this morning. I got some good news for you. Let me see, Mike Wilson. Who posted that about Mike Wilson? What was the exact quote? Oh shit! So Mike Wilson says that he is a seller of stocks again. That's an interesting dude. Good job, whoever brought that up, because Mike Wilson said he wasn't a seller of stocks. What was it, last week, right? Week before, something like that. He was interviewed at length. It was a nice long, not at length, maybe a 3 to 5 minute interview, where he said he was not going to step back in the market. So if we can bring that up. Hold on a second here. I'll bring it up for you. Copy link. This is fascinating to see. Copy link address. Give me just a second here. Whoever brought that up in chat, good job. Give me just a second here. Give me a second. You have to convert the file so that a second here. Well, I got some wonkiness going on here. Okay, so Morgan Stanley's Mike Wilson is a stock market seller again. Risk reward for further upside unattractive from here on. MS recommends staying defensive in healthcare, utilities, and staples. We did see this past week that past 2 weeks, healthcare, utilities, and staples were leading the market up, which is a sign the market should roll over. Returning to the bear camp, the strategist, one of the U.S. stock market's most vocal skeptics, has seen enough of the recent rally. He predicted and says investors are better off booking profits. And so this was his original stance was we could go up to 430, 440. We're now sellers again. The strategist and his colleagues wrote in a note on Monday. They expect the S&P to resume declines after the index crossed above its 200 moving day average last week, saying the downtrend since the beginning of the year remains intact. This makes the risk reward playing for more upside quite poor at this point. You guys all know that Mike Wilson is a contrarian trader. Just want to point that out to you. The call marks a shift in Wilson's view recently, as last week when he said the tactical recovery could continue into December before coming under pressure from weaker corporate earnings next year. Number one in the latest institutional investor survey said on Monday he now sees absolute upside for the S&P 500 at 4150, about 2% above current levels, which could be achieved over the next week or so. So he's still saying there could be another push higher, but his targets have definitely changed. He had much higher targets. The strategist isn't alone in his pessimistic view of the U.S. stocks for early next year. Pairs of J.P. Morgan and Chase Company have also warned of fresh declines as investors pricing the risk of a recession. Let me see. Slumping as much 30% hitting a bottom. With both economic growth and inflation cooling next year, Wilson recommends retaining a defensive positioning in healthcare, utilities, and consumer staple stocks. Growth stocks, which generally benefit from lower rates, are likely to see much of a boost in 2023, given the risk of corporate profits, he wrote. Yeah, this is the part that I was trying to say on Twitter this weekend was to have a small basket of tech, mostly because it'll get pumped. It has nothing to do with why it shouldn't go up. So he's seeing 404 or 4015 as top. So let's look at that trade and see what he's saying here. So this R3 area up here is what he's saying for December to expect no higher than here. Where previously there were some way higher targets. This is the 420 gap fill that we had, and then or maybe it was up here was the gap fill. I'll have to look on a different time frame, I think. I don't know why I'm not showing gaps on this right now. For some reason I'm not showing gaps. Usually this shows gaps. Oh, it's right up here. The gap is at 425 to 427. So there was this range and an extension up here to 440. And he's saying now he's an active seller, and even if we were to go high, to expect no more. That's not that much, right? That would be more of a relief bounce and continuation down. That's the max that he's giving. something like this, and then continuation down the market. So that's a market change. That's interesting that he said that this morning. Good job, whoever posted that. I like Mike Wilson. He's a fucking gangster, and he matters too. Well, he matters in terms of of big money in the market. Total bear porn on IWM. So his last research note. Well, he had an interview. The second bounce in October. He didn't catch the 13th. I think he caught like the 18th or something. Came out and said he was long the market. And then he had an interview, I want to say last week or the week before. And I want to say it wasn't on like CNBC. I think it was on Bloomberg or Fox Business or something. I have the interview. I could post it. I'll post the last interview. And he had an interview where he said he was long the market up to, I want to say 430 or 440. And so that note this morning from him, if that note was published by Morgan Stanley this morning, that would definitely put it down, or definitely have put a reaction on the market and let it out. Give me a second. I want to look at something. Yeah, I've got this in the 15-minute as a targeted buy zone, and then I've got further decline down to 3959 on the 1 hour. It calls for a trend change lower. It's pretty nasty. I'm just reading the ISM services PMI. That's interesting. The PMI actually, PMI is very positive. $183.70 on Tesla this morning, down 5.31%. See if you bring some of this stuff up. We'll take a look around the market. Bloodbath and XLE, huh? Have a gap lower to fill at 87 and some change or something. So we're looking at USO. Take a look at USO2, B&O. B&O's got a little bit more to come too. Let's check some of these. VIX. Let me look at NDX. Where's NDX? Let's here, well, you know what I'll do is give me a second here. BOOKMAP. See if I can hide my camera here for a second. Or does it matter? It doesn't really matter, does it? Probably not. NDX. Yeah, not so bad so far. Sell-off's not so bad right now. I'm actually not as concerned at the moment. There is this giant fucking, I mean, look at this thing. Giant fucking bear flag here. That's what the bears want. Bears want to break this down here. Tagged almost perfectly right here. Almost perfect tag. You guys remember all these from last week? I think we did these on Friday. Got a gap above. Notice this gap here. This gap is $12.02826. Gap above. Have a new downtrend started, so we'll keep track of NDX. USO. Whew. Relentless sellers on look at that, just came right in above. Sold it again. Stepped right back in to sell it back down. Still have some room to fill down here. It's killing some of that gap down below. What you really want to see is something like this. Some continuation, right? You want to see those sellers that were here then step back in down below. You'd like to see the rest of this gap get filled and then come back up, step back in. Look for another short on USO at 69.50 on USO if you're a bear on oil. Sellers just stepping in on BNO still. Let's take a look at BNO. I like BNO. It's an interesting trade right here. You can see the buyers stepped in, buyers stepped in, buyers stepped in. So you're going to look to see if they step back in for a move higher. They haven't stepped in yet, so be conscious of this. And then if this breaks, if this support area here breaks, let's look at BNO 1 year. I don't know. I like this buy. I'm going to say no in this. 2021. Boy, I'll tell you what, if this breaks, we should raise this up. There's a gap down here. That's why I have this down here, because of this gap down below. But if that breaks right there, it's going to start fucking riding down. If this starts breaking, if we get sellers pushing down here, it's a big area of volatility in here. But if you start breaking this stuff here, if you break this here, and you break this right here, this little gap right here, and this little gap, that shit's gonna free fall. It's juicy, but be careful, because these buyers, man, this is big buying right here. This is giant buying. Beautiful moves in here. Bam, bam, bam. Something like that. Just be careful of that in there. No matter what Mike Wilson says, or they say about the market. Let's look at JNK. We'll look for a divergence in here today in JNK and TLT. If you want tech to take off in 2023, if you want to see tech take off in 2023, you're going to need to see JNK not just move up here, but continue this climb. If you see JNK come down and you see TLT come up into 2023, it's going to point towards stagflation and recession type stuff. So we'll look at TLT. We'll compare the two. I'll bring up a different chart, a different platform, and we'll look at JNK. HYG, of course, rolling over. Still on track, though. Nothing broken here yet. There's nothing broken. There's no reason to be like super gnarly bearish at this point. There's still nothing broken here. You want to break through this trend up, and even then you can only trade this down here, because you can see what's happened before. Come up, come up, come up, come up, come up, come up. So you trade this down. If you break this plane, you trade it down, but you want out of that trade, because if you don't get out of that trade and this happens again, you're gonna get fucked, right? You got fucked once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. So does it mean we break through here? Possible. But you still level bearishness. You'd want to see a break of this for super bearishness. You want like that super bear? It's a break here. You want that like confirmation when you're walking around, you get your bear suit. But bear suit is break this down here, because if you don't break this down here, you can't get super bearish. It just isn't. You've been told 7 times no. So you need to have that break. Now, bull case still viable. VIX, that's the 1 day. Big old fucking fat gap down here on the VIX. We'll look for this to be, if you want to get bullish with the VIX, you want to see We'll put this green down here for the market bears.
According to CNBC, Apple explores moving some iPad production to India.
You want to see this green, this turn yellow, this
stream is
turn red
sponsored by
above, and then break
TickStrike.
above this level.
TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
So I'm going to show you why this is red currently. We're possibly in a transition of so you'll see like the sellers came in, right? They tried, they couldn't, they failed, came back again, slammed it down, right?
So
And then
Rhino, there was
continued
some
with it
news,
down.
Over the weekend,
So
according to the Wall Street Journal, that Apple intends to shift production away from China. That was yesterday. So a new headline from CNBC reporting that Apple explores moving some iPad production to India.
So, market bulls want to see this be defended. You want to see 20, write this down, 20.58 get defended. If 2058 is not defended, and if 2162 or whatever this is right here doesn't get defended, we'll look at what that is. Hold on. If you don't see this 28 and 2250, if this area doesn't get defended by bulls, it's fucking back on again. And you can probably you're going to be able to correlate all of this to the small upper channel, the medium upper channel, and then a break of like this is where you start getting super bearish in the market. I'm assuming this is when you're breaking trend at like 39 or something like that. What do we look at? We looked at VIX. We looked at JNK, HYG. We looked at NDX, right? Come back over here to clean some of this shit up. All my dirty ass.
So further from this CNBC article, so Apple has talked to Indian officials about locating some iPad manufacturing in the country as U.S.-Chinese relations sour and China's COVID crackdowns snarl supply chains.
All my dirty ass shit. Why is that not But this is what the bears want to. You know
Also,
what? If
just
you're a
for
bear,
historical reference as well, in the article it does mention that Apple announced earlier this year it began assembling its flagship iPhone 14 in southern India.
if you're a bear, you want to hold this right here. This is what a bear wants to capture down here, right? If you're getting bearish out there, you want to see that. You want to see this bloodbath move down here. That's what you want to see if you're a bear. You want to see that one, you throw it under, right? Slam. Fucking fights its way back up. Shorts come back in right here. Slamming it down, and the shorts want this bloodbath. Now, what's a price target on that? Dude, that's like 392. This would wreck. This would wreck a shit ton of bulls. It's a huge move right there. You see that? Wherever you come back up here and throw it back down there. That's monster. That's nasty.
And for those of you who'd like to read through the full CNBC article,
And you see that down there? Bam, bam.
iPad production
Take the short again. This is the first one.
Onto the feed.
Right here. Right? Pays off down here. It's the second one on Friday. You get the first payoff right here. Do you guys want to look down here and see what is that down there? Let's see if there's a what is that down there? The close. 393.35. Let's look on BookMap and see if that's showing anything down below. That's bloodbath right there. That's some real bearish shit down here. That's some Wilson bear shit right there. Let's take a look at that. 393. What do you call that? 393.51. You guys watching that right now? It's crazy. 393.51. That's pretty big. Should we leave that up right now? Look at that. It's like blood red. The blood red. Does that get you all bearish? That's a nasty one, right? You know what else is a nasty one is when you do the grind down here, and then what they do in the overnight is they just slam it down. Mike Wilson takes his money and says he's long the market again, and we go blasting back up. If only Bloomberg would listen to me when I'm like I'm short the market. Please follow me. They listen to Mike Wilson though. Look at that tease down there, huh? It's a big old tease down there. We'll look at it on 392. Well, let's just call it 393 and see if there's anything down there. Let's look at it right now. Oh, look at that, huh? Oh yeah. Oh, bears. I'd take that. I'd buy that down there. Fucking in a minute. Hold on a second. Let's look. Let's look on BookMap and see what BookMap says. I mean, honestly, you got a standing buy orders at you get standing buy orders of 566 buy orders down there. It's pretty. I'm gonna assume I haven't looked yet what the gamma is, but I'm gonna assume right that is fucking zero gamma. If I had to guess, 3990 is zero gamma, and the moment we break below it, we're getting into some fucking negative gamma. Hold on a second here. If we go down there, I'm gonna say that the chances of going down there are fucking well, unless it's a fucking rug pull down there. Unless it's a rug pull down there, I don't know. I'm finding it hard to believe. It's not showing. You know, sometimes that stuff won't show up, but it's not showing anything down there. So like this tease down here. I'm just checking I think my dogs are at the base of my feet sleeping. There's nothing like so this move down below is not showing up at least. It's not like there's it's not there's a standing order right here, a pretty big one. Pretty substantial one. If we start grinding through though, or if there's a rug pull here, it does open the door down here even if it doesn't show publicly. Did that move down? You guys all know that this happens, right? We can time and again. We'll trade down here and you'll think that's it. We're all done, and then the fucking door opens wide open. Bam, you're fucking slamming down here. If you're a bull, I would be very cautious of this, or very concerned with this, especially if the scary part would be, or the scary part here is always when this happens. It doesn't happen all the time, but when this happens, sometimes what you'll find is we'll bounce here. You won't get the volume bar spike. It'll kind of just dog shit into the bell, and then in a low liquidity environment, these fucking banks will just be waiting there and they'll slam it down. So you'd have bought this close right here, and in reality, you should have waited to buy this close, the open tomorrow down here. It's like a hit and run. It's it's not common-ish, but it's like every 1.5 to 3 months. This looks like it's setting up right now. It looks like it's setting up. It catches you off sides, and then it literally just goes fucking, like it'll like hit the level, grind to the close. Because we're in a low liquidity environment, it's like a street basketball game, right? And you're like, there's no way we're going down there. You get this beautiful level down or support down here. They rug pull it over here. It just slams down. You're caught you bought the close, slams down, and then believe it or not, just goes, and the whole move is erased in like half a day. All of this gets erased, and you're straight back to where you were. Just be careful of this. Careful of this bullshit. It wouldn't shock me. And literally it comes. Literally, you'll be here on like Tuesday. On Tuesday, it'll be right back where it started. Be right back where this started, and you'll see like, oh, we're all happy. We're all long again. Everything's cool. Just like a really quick, takes 2-3 days, and then bam, market is fucking back to green again. It's like it never even happened. You'll just see. You'll see. It'll just be just like this. Then you're straight back into business again. The bears got what they wanted, and then we're back off and running higher again. Be careful of if you're a bull out there. I would not be buying this unless you see a fucking 5 to 15 million buy down here. Be real wary of this down here into the close and into tomorrow. That's what I would suspect. I'm going to give that a pretty high probability. I'm going to bet that there's Mike Wilson coming out this morning and saying that shit on a Monday. Looking, sounds like a hit and run to me. Sounds like a bag operation. Yeah, it looks like one of this looks like a hit and run. This looks like a bag job. Bank job or something, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I'm fascinated to see how we close today. Hold on. Yeah, we're below. Just so you know, this is bearish. Well, currently it is. We're broke below the. So here's VWAP. Now, of course, the longer we stretch, the more chance we get to it. But just on an intraday kind of a thing, this break below the 200 SMA over here is bearish, right? You come back up, you retest the 200 SMA. Right, broke below 200 SMA, and
So
we tested it.
So announces gradual departure from the US.
And it's telling you no that we're going lower down here. So this move right here is
This stream
bearish.
is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
So a decision comes after more than 18 months of good faith dialogue with US state and federal regulators, which has come to a dead end.
So sold the. Oh wait a minute, you guys aren't seeing this stuff. Let me bring this over for you. So just so you guys can see, this morning sold it down below VWAP, right off the bell. Came back up to VWAP, rejected one more time. Came down to the 200 and broke through. And then came up, right, and rejected once more off VWAP. When you're rejecting like this off VWAP, this is the bear's setup, right? Same as the bull setup. So you come down here, right? You come back up to the 200 SMA. The moment that it was rejected tells you that it wants to head lower. And we're likely going to see at least that 3990. So we'll watch it as it trades down and tries to tag that lower level. We want to see into this close if there's some kind of a bullshit like this, and then we get that further decline on Tuesday. This would be the beautiful setup into Tuesday for 392. I'm going to assume this is 0 gamma, where that 3990 is. Where's Tesla at right now? Did it hit the I had a target of like 180 for Tesla today. It's at 183. Bounced off 183.30. I think I had 180 on Tesla for today. Still not there. Hold on a second here. This dotted line that you see, this is that channel that the bears want to overtake. So the bears want to the bears here want to, they broke through it here. They want to start like, they want to keep that going. They want to keep this is a big zone right now for bears to hold on to. So they can break down into this channel and start working their way down. Hold on, give me a second here. I'm getting a bunch of text messages. Awesome sauce. My daughter texted me. So let me know in the chat if you think we're gonna get a rejection here. I might grab some puts if I can. I'd like to see if you're a bear, if you have missed any of this trade so far this morning, there's a couple places you can look.
Statement from Nexo announcing their gradual departure from the US.
There's one. Well, here's one. Here's two, and there's three. Or let me see. Give you 3 years, 3 points of interest here. Somewhere in there. Be 1, 2, and 3. So that sits at we'll see whether, so you can see those 1, 2, and 3, and we'll look at those right now. So you got just where we are, 486. I wouldn't enter here personally. And then 401.65, 403.26. Somebody looking for, if we can trade this up. Right here, I'd be looking to take this into the bell at least. I'd be looking to get it in the money put. Something like this into the bell. I'd like to see that. So we'll see how that plays out. Just patience right now. I didn't see what you guys are saying in the chat. Hold on, let me go look at your chat real quick. Blood red. Jesus, no, nobody wants. No, what is down there is Dubs of L. Lost F3960 likely leads 3,800 pretty quick. Bleed me dry cap. Our cash was saying close below 405. You know what? I saw that Winky. I saw that Art Cashin when they rolled his ass out. They only roll him out for that reason too, right? I saw him say that if we have a close below 405, we're going fucking full bear suits, right? I did see that. Now it didn't close below Friday, might close below today. Yeah, I'm looking for it's somewhere in here, right? We know where that pivot is. Somewhere it's somewhere up in here. The 200, you know, he said that on last week, but the number changes every day. So I believe it was 4045 on Friday, but today it's lower, right? It's here. So I would say if we close below here today, this shit is on for lower lows tomorrow. 100%. I would agree with that. I saw that statement from him. This is the key for today. We'll check what the we'll check the 200 today into the bell. Remind me in chat if you can, one of you guys, that when we get into that 4:00 hour, we'll check to see where the simple moving average is into the bell and see if the robots close it higher or lower. This is certainly bearish without a doubt. They want to hold this they want to hold the head of the bulls underneath here for the lower open tomorrow on Tuesday. And that brings up your turnaround Tuesday, right? I think that's what I posted. I think you either talked about that or on Friday, or I posted, or I was like, you get Friday down, Monday, Tuesday down. I thought it could take to the end of the week, but it's happening faster, which is fine. I don't give a flying fuck how long it takes to hold it under and get some fucking VIX up there, man. You can't make a run higher without the VIX a little bit higher. You need some selling here. It's not going to be straight up, and I'm not giving it to the bears yet either. So we'll see. We'll see how this day closes. If I can take, I mean, I have no problem taking a fucking put in here. Something like that into the bell would be beautiful. I would love that trade. There should be some money on that trade. Let me see here. Our cash-in was saying 45 close. Didn't close below Friday. Might close below today. Spot game will probably be like, now we are going down. Then I'll have to long. Yeah, I agree with that. The spot gamma shit is yeah, they're not always. They're pretty good. Like they're pretty good. And then whenever the markets move quickly, they're all fucked up. I was talking to Winky last week, and I said, if they did a better job of coming out, like today would be a prime example. Spot gamma should be like to their subscribers, and probably publicly should be like, hey, look, our models have changed this morning. These are some important numbers for you to look at. Yeah, we didn't highlight. It was in our last note, but we didn't highlight it, and so we want to bring that forward to the highlight of our note. I think that would be important for the subscribers, and they don't do that, which is a problem. And then that's what Chase is saying. Chase is saying, I think this is what Chase is saying is, so if what's important changes, and then so let's say we close here, and what Winky's saying too, then if you would see further decline into the open tomorrow, and then by the time you get your note from a company like a company, this move's already done, and they're telling you, we're super bearish here. Now, even if we are bearish here, if we turn into negative gamma, the key is you'll see violent moves up. So you could see like an open tomorrow, we blast the fuck up, at least to here. That's a huge move. And if we were to close the gap right up here, you're talking about a giant fucking 1 day move. So you see the violence that takes place when you switch to negative gamma, right? So, again, it's like a day late and a dollar short, and you're not positioned again, right? Especially if you're like a new trader, you're like fucking short right here, and the move is higher, and now you're upside down on the next move lower. So I don't know. That's a good point. Tomorrow, 10 cents. We're gonna take a shot at a few of them. Nothing to motivate sellers like seeing gains lost. As a bull, I hedge into the possibility you have to still in the main wedge, that deep running it. So does that mean we 0 to 8404s and then sell them before close? LOL. Yeah, no, I'd get personal. Well, this my assumption is going to be that we're gonna sell down whatever this 3990 is. You're gonna get a move higher, and then they're gonna sell it back into the close. Oh, wait a minute, you guys can't see this shit. So you should be entering some volatility down in here. So anyways, you nail this, right? You get a relief rally. Everyone's like, fuck yeah, I'm bullish. They try to close it below the 200 SMA right down in here. This would be, I think it's somewhere. It's either here or here. It's like somewhere in here is where, if you weren't already taking puts off the bell, there's somewhere up in here worth buying puts on for tomorrow expiry, I think. it's a long shot trade, but if you had like a if you look at tomorrow's puts for down here, like three, and I would get them more in the money. You want to get puts up here for like 400p or something up in here, and hopefully they would slam it down. You make like 3 or 4, 500% in that trade. Timing it would be key. Unless they unless they do it in this, like if they did this today, that'd be wild. Oh, you can't see that. If they did this today, it'd be wild. But usually it doesn't happen. Usually they'll get like a fake out. Everybody's cool and calm. Then it comes in the overnight. Not always, but sometimes you will. But there's no fucking way I'm taking a trap down in here. I'm not taking I'm not taking no traps down here. I know how this goes. You know how this goes. You buy puts and then it fucking slams up and you're fucked. Thoughts cap. I missed that part. What's this thoughts cap? I keep missing what. Okay, so who's asking? PPI Wednesday wouldn't surprise me. If up again, of course, they want to maximize profit and lock in increases. Plus max light put spreads earlier today. Debit put spreads. You know, the I don't mind that trade either, Chase. I like what Mike was saying this morning, which was I think he targeted like utilities. I don't know what the other two were, but I know that those were leaders last week and the week before. He targeted 3 leaders to put spreads on. Bias spread kind of sucks, but I'm too worried because we think we'll go below 85. Yeah, well, you know what I want to talk. I got something to talk to you guys about. Hold on here. Give me a second. When you guys have a free moment, just a second here. When you guys have a free moment, where's it at? Why is this not showing up? Give me just a second here. I'm going to look on another computer. Hold on. So I just posted a link. So I just posted a link to on at Captain's Alpha. I just posted a link, and I've got a couple more for you to look at for the Greeks when to enter. And I have a Greek calculator that gives you. I'll post that too. I have to dig it out, but I've got a Greek calculator that shows you high percentage chances for spreads and single options in the Greeks. There's a book too you can read. I forget the name of the book right now. I'll get you. Hold on. Link to the book to read for options Greeks, and then oh man, I'll tell you what. I want that trade. I'm getting tasty right now. I just posted a link. It's from Yale University, and it's probably one of the best options explainers. If you're a new trader too, if you're an old trader, you should watch it. But the guy goes into the mechanics of options. So that's a simple way for you to watch something about mechanics of options. And then I've got a book for you to read. That if you've never read this book, I don't know why I can't come up with a book. The fucking name of the book. It's been a matter of fact, I have it on ebook. You know what? I think I have it downloaded. So if I have a link to the download that I can share, I will. So you can just download it. I think it's free. It's an older book. I think it's from like the 1970s. Don't quote me on that. Could be the 1960s, like 1967 if I got it right, or somewhere in there. But it's one of the best books on options you can get, I think, in my view. So you can backtest, or at least, and I've got this cool little calculator, so you can run your stuff through it, and if it matches up to these Greeks, you can be like, oh, this is my chance of profit are high on this trade. Been changed. Sound like a bull. No, my opinion has not changed. Dixie looking like it can hold over 105. We don't close redemptions on your REITs, you idiots. Yeah, exactly. I saw that. I saw the redemptions being closed in REITs last week. Where's that money going? Fix into CPI and CPI then dump again. CPI may come in hotter than expected. That on-off adjustment now. And support shows on BOOKMAP. If that breaks, dropping hard. Power to be interesting. I can see a massive bleed out. So I'm trying to read all where you guys are saying. By the channel wedge, but the last one, which is coming soon, will bounce and will roll over in this panic on rejection of the main top all times trend line. Inflation is super bullish. You get one minor print showing inflation chase change. We're lapping some pretty ridiculous year-over-year numbers right now. For us to beat yeah, there's no way we're going to beat the year-over-year numbers.
Oil futures extend losses. US and Brent down $2 to session lows.
I've got a.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
So like charting, I always had a problem with charting, and then what I really started to do was they have these I suck at it. By reading a book, I sucked at it. So I've got some books on it that I've read, and I'll pull those out for you on the shelf behind me. But you know the best way that I learned was like you can do flashcards. Flashcards are good, and they have YouTube videos that repeatedly fucking shows them to you. There's I think there's even apps that'll test you on it, so you can identify patterns. You just put it in your tool chest. So I just posted the video to you on @CaptainsAlpha just now. It's not a video. It's a link to the Yale, Yale University, MIT. There's a few other schools that put out Harvard. I want to say about a decade ago. There's a couple things you guys need to know. So the CBOE, and the CME there's what's called an Options Industry Council, and they have a class. They have classes that are free. I'll post that when I have a chance. I'm not going to post it right now, but you can just go to the Options Industry Council, and they have in-depth. If you want to go down a rabbit hole, they've got 100 hours of understanding the options or options mechanics. I only recommend that stuff as you learn about later down the road. it's really dry. You want to take like a road trip or something, or put it on when you're working. Put it on when you're going to bed at nighttime. That's how I listen to that shit. I would put it on at nighttime and fall asleep to it. So if you got any of you guys fall asleep listening to audiobooks, or you listen to a YouTube channel, the Options Industry Council has some really dry stuff that if you just play it over and over and over and over again, even if you don't in the beginning understand it, it'll start to make sense as time moves on. It's always good to just become immerse yourself. It's like learning a new language. But the post I just posted to you is a quick, I think it's an hour and a half, 2-hour class on understanding the mechanics of options. It's like if there was a video I'd ever recommend to you instead of watching people on YouTube, that's it. Like that. This is what the big boys that work at the banks, they take that class, and it's free to you to take. So I would watch that. If you've never watched it, I would recommend highly that you take that class, or take not the Econ 101 class, but take or watch that video maybe multiple times, and then I'll post a link to the Options Industry Council. You can even just Google search. I think it's optionsindustrycouncil.org or something, or you just Google search Options Industry Council. I think you go to their video section, and that's where they'll list out. I mean, they go through shit I haven't heard people ever talk about. I've never heard people talk about some of the stuff they talk about on Twitter or fucking anywhere, nowhere. Maybe old school Yahoo, but I don't. But it's a good rabbit hole. Yeah, just keep watching some. Just keep watching, or you guys can't see that on this chart. Yeah, is that what it is? Video Options Industry Council Video Library. Just fade your own trades in a 2x leverage account like Kramer Trade. I got a buddy who fucking has like he's like I've always got fucking triple leverage fucking put. He's a bull, and he's like I've always got my finger on this fucking trade. He's like I've always got it set up in the background. He's like if a trade doesn't go my way, fucking slam it. Like TQQs, SQQs, and he just fucking slams the fucking sell button, makes back whatever he lost. I think everybody's got their own system, right? When trades don't go your way. Yeah, I did look briefly on those charts. You know what's crazy is I've got Winky. Dude, we have to talk because I gotta show you this. You should see the fucking TLT. The algo on TLT is fucking stupid. That's what I wanted to look at today too, and I didn't, was TLT. I wanted to see if TLT was given any Dude, I've got projections on TLT, they're insane. Insane. I didn't look up TLT this morning. That's what I wanted to look up. Yeah, they're bleeding off with the rest. Still hasn't broken uptrend though.
US crude futures flipped to trade in contango for the first time in week.
Saying futures are in contango now, finally. Yeah, we're still in an uptrend. Even TLT is still in a fucking uptrend. Nothing's been broken yet. That's crazy. TLT hasn't been broken yet. Dude, so I've got, if the trade is TLT for 2023, it's fucking stupid. It's like straight the fuck up the whole year. And that's like a sideways and down S&P 500 trade. It's like S&P 500 like trading kind of sideways with multiple attempts. There's like an S&P 500 sideways trade for 2023, 2024-ish. And like 4 attempts at a bloodbath on the S&P 500. And TLT is just fucking going. The entire time that they're trying to break the S&P market, like fucking TLT is just fucking climbing the whole fucking year. It's pretty fucking wild. I got you covered, Wiki. I got some shit for you to look at, man. It's fucking insane. Like, it's super insane how this algo is calling next year. And it's saying that we don't. It's showing on multi-year projections a crash, but it's not showing it in 2023. It's showing it in like fucking like 2025 and shit. It's showing the S&P 5. It's showing like I don't want to post it. The thing about these algos is they get more crazy as time goes on, and they can't account for huge material information and huge events that always happen. It's like if you were looking at an algo before COVID, it wouldn't have accounted for it. Like, it doesn't account for like COVID, doesn't account for the stupid. Matter of fact, it explodes if you backtest it. It explodes. The market should have went down for like 2021, 2022. It should have just gone down. Never should have come back up. So it doesn't account for like massive QE and fucking QT, and doesn't account for which it can't. I'm assuming that some of the AIs out there can, or you can add them in. But I don't have fucking $20 billion to spend on an army of fucking smart people. But if there weren't any of those events, the algo's saying some crazy shit. It's like we like try to break 350 like 4 times this year coming up. We trade up and sideways, and then try to like grind down to like 3,200 basically into fucking January, February, March of 2024. But then it shows like 2025 and 2026 are like fucking bloodbaths. That's the like lost decade or lost half decade, which is wild. It won't. I give it like a 0% chance of playing out like that. But it's really wild to see what it's saying will happen. That's the problem with that shit, is like you can't account for unknown changes. Things quote unquote priced in. Yeah, it's like tail risks on positive and negative. It's like this, like all these events, they can be good too. Like I can't program in, hey, what would happen if the Ukraine war ended in January, March, June, September, and December. And if no one knew, if all of a sudden tomorrow you heard, it's like all of a sudden tomorrow, just you guys know these, like there's tail risks everywhere. So like if tomorrow Russia said, we're withdrawing, and no one knew, we'd be up 300 fucking points, like tomorrow. No one would see that coming. It would be fucking stupid. It'd be stupid. The oil market, right? What happened in the oil market? Like, start to question, like, what would happen? Or if you saw like Taiwan and
Surely it's
China
taking the
like
results from
make
the
up
Federal
and
Reserve
kiss.
Repo operation.
Did you guys see that Russia had plans to invade Japan? That came out this weekend. That's pretty wild. Oh, really? Sideways my expectation. Need all the funds to exhaust our appetite for hedge positions. Then we can get to the depths of hell. Gem is predicting over long-term next year we will see flat or negative returns for SP, especially when adjusted for inflation. Yeah. I mean, we'll look at this stuff. I'll show you the projections. I can show you the projections going pretty far out in time. And they're not good. It's really fucking nasty. But there's again, you can't. You can always change your viewpoint.
97 counterparties take $2.094 trillion at the Fed Reverse Repo operation.
Yeah, like my 15-minute.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments.
So
Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
it's like I don't want to publish this right now because I don't want to be held to it. The algo is saying that we're done going down. Algo is saying we're fucking going up to close that gap at some point, either now or in the next few days. Now that can change. The algo is saying we're done, but I'm not going to post that because I want to run it through its paces and see. I want to run it through its paces and see how often it's correct on different time frames and see, is it accurate 70% of the time? Is it accurate 50% of the time? Do I have to use it in conjunction with other stuff? Before I go off and say, oh yeah, this is what we're doing. Do you want me to show it to you in a 15-minute and tell you that it says it's done? I can post that. I'll delete it. I'll post it and delete it, but because I think it could be wrong right now. Yeah, it's saying that there's a theta trade. So what it's saying right now is, I'll be more clear. It's saying sideways and then a rip to close the. I'll look at the exact date. Oh no, it's saying that it's gonna trade sideways from here, and then it's gonna rip up on Tuesday. It's gonna rip up on Tuesday at midnight or something. It's gonna gap up Tuesday and a Wednesday. Like it should trade sideways from now into Tuesday, and then we'll gap up into Wednesday. That's gross. I don't know if it's gonna do it or not. We got to run this thing through its paces. Let's just see how right or wrong it is and what we have to use it with. I'm not going to say that shit. You guys want to see it? I'll post it right now, then I'm going to delete it. How about this? I'm going to post this shit on at Captain's Alpha, and I'm going to leave it up for 5 minutes, and then I'm going to delete it because I don't think that it's real. I think there's problems with what it's saying, but I'll post it to you right now, okay? Give me just a couple seconds. Okay, so I just posted on at Captain's Alpha. I don't believe that's correct. I really think that. So I think in theory it's correct. So if we look right here, right in theory, and theoretically, it's saying we should trade sideways for like a day and a half from here, and then we should squeeze higher. The reality is that we could easily trade something stupid like this, and then just boom, slam it down tomorrow morning. This is where you can't like use an algorithm to predict. So I want you guys to be aware of that. I'm gonna have to write a bunch of rules for using this thing. I think it has the potential. If you get you can get destroyed using this thing if you rely upon it too much. But I think in conjunction with a couple other high probability indicators, it's going to at least help. It predicted the sell-off last Friday. It's predicting everything so far. It's working. It worked last week, worked week before. It's on a larger time frame. It's pretty close to accurate. But I think that there's still some the market being so overbought, it doesn't account for. So I think that there's some problems with it. So I don't want to use it unless it's a high rate, or I can at least put some rules in conjunction and say, look, you can expect only so. This is how much to expect out of it. So if you're looking right now at Captain's Alpha on your end, you'll see that we should be in some kind of a bottoming process. And I disagree with that. So my view on what it's saying right now, and the crazy part is, even with that chart that I just posted, we could still rip down, and it'd probably be within a tolerance if it comes back up. So like, so I guess the question becomes, how do you use that thing? And it's like, well, I guess I get it as a baseline. It's saying to you, regardless if we continue to go down, you're going to expect to squeeze higher, but we should already think that as a trader. I'm going to delete it quick. I'm not going to leave it up for long, because I'm going to have somebody fucking come back and say something stupid like, oh, I saw you make this post, and I fucking followed it, and we fucking sold off another fucking 100 points. And I'm like, get the fuck out of here. We always get someone that does that. I just showed up for 5 minutes, or, there's always some kind of fucking nonsense. But I'll let you guys watch as it. I'll let you guys interact every once in a while as we're going through it.
So Fitch Ratings says the world growth forecast is cut again as inflation fight intensifies.
All right, so I'm going to delete it. Don't fucking post that shit publicly, because people will be like, oh, he said this was going to happen. And this is going to be an ongoing kind of a thing where we have to make sure we have to make sure that's pretty good, like 70% of the time. Oh, shit. Just some guy said, this is perfect. I should use this with every trade forever. Delete, 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 delete. Delete, 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 delete. Just some guys fucking with my shit, man. Yeah, Omar, did you see that shit? Did you see that? And the funny part is, it would not shock me.
Fitch now expects world GDP to grow by 1.4% in 2023, revised down from the 1.7% in September 2022 GEO, and Fitch has lowered its forecast for the US 2020 growth to 0.2% from 0.5% as the pace of monetary policy tightening increases. And they also say they've cut their China 2023 growth forecast to 4.1% from 4.5%, as prospects for a recovery in household building fade, and China's 2022 growth forecast remains at 2.8% as the surge in COVID-19 cases weighs on activity in the near term. As well, they say the Eurozone 2023 growth is slightly to 0.2% from minus 0.1%, as the European gas crisis has eased a little, but sharper ECB rate rises will weigh on demand.
Yeah, no, I still have some real. This algo still has some really fucking high
They also
price.
say the risk of European natural gas shortages and rationing this winter has receded as LNG imports have surged and gas consumption has fallen. But the crisis is far from over, and high wholesale gas prices continue to weigh heavily on firms' costs and household budgets.
So there are not key levels broken. This algo is saying that Mike Wilson's a fucking liar. He's going to come in, swoop in, take his money, and run. I'm assuming if some key levels are broken, the algo on a longer time frame will say we're not going to 430, 440. But until that shit happens, it's like you're a fucking liar. So I'm like, all right, whatever. We'll see what happens. Yeah, there's no volume. There's nothing that I've seen. Let me look right now. There's no volume bars here. I don't see shit. I don't see shit saying that we're going back up yet. This was 1.3 million, not enough. That's not going to turn it around in a 15 minute.
Chairman says outflows of clients' funds have stabilized.
You want to see on a 15-minute chart, you want to see like 15 million for a reversal.
This stream is sponsored by
Like a real
Tick.
reversal.
Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Bear's trying to ride this channel down here and get this lower. Or sellers. Way down here. Bottom of that channel is 393. Yeah, we showed the article, Omar, earlier when Mike Wilson like totally changed his fucking tune this morning. Like last week, he's like, we're gonna short it from up high. We're looking for like 430, 440. Fucking go up there and just smash it down. We don't care if it takes into January, December, January. We don't give a fuck. And then today he came out and was like, yeah, we don't think we're getting up that high anymore. We're just gonna start fucking selling right now. That was this morning. Ergo is asking, what algo is this? Who made it? Where is it? Oh, look at Ergo is like itching. You guys think you're getting that out of me? Yeah, Omar, we posted it this morning. We read the article on the air this morning. Fuck no, there's no script. You guys are killing me. You guys are hilarious. You guys aren't getting this shit from me. Are you crazy? I'll give you some details on it at some point. I'll put out a white paper on it and you guys are like, send it via DM to me now. Oh, fuck no. Fuck no. Nope. Why such mystery? Getting fucking shaken down. Don't worry, it's weird. I've got no, not Kendall. Kendall doesn't give his shit up either. He keeps his own shit. Kendall doesn't give shit up. Kendall fucking He's a fucking. He doesn't tell anybody anything either. I don't blame him. Oh, wait a minute. A little bit of green balls down there. Little bit of green balls down there. Is this the bear trap for intraday? Did you guys all like get short right here and they're just gonna trap your ass? That's what I think they're doing. I think we started like right here and I was like, I'm not buying this. I'm not willing to buy any of this right here. I'm still looking for this area up here to take a put. If I can take a put up here, I will. Like a low volume pump up here, I'll take. You guys are hilarious. fucking Ergo fucking meets me out in the backyard and just breaks my leg. Fucking Patrick holds me down. John kicks me in the teeth. Come back all fucked up tomorrow. I got them on all time frames. I can fucking run that shit. I can run it on any ticker. And I can run it on any fucking index. And I can fucking run it on anything. I've been sending it around. I've been sharing it with a few people. But I'm afraid to share it because I don't want to it hasn't been run through its paces. No, we are in this Navy together. I don't look at you have to understand, like you have to understand that it's not just like, here you go, fuck around with this and fucking I'll get like a fucking knock on the door from the fucking I get a knock on the door and they'll like kick my door in with the cops and be like, what are you doing? Just let me run it through its paces. Yeah, I'm looking. Yeah, you guys all know better, right, than to be short in here. This is not the place. This is definitely not. I mean, we could go down here, but it's not the place. Remember, 10 out of 10 trades, you need to have like fucking 3 okay winners. Fucking 5, well, not 5, like 3 okay winners, 4 good trades, 2 bangers, and fail like 2 times max. And that setup that we're looking at right there to short right there, that's not the trade. If you ran that 10 times, you'd fail 5 times out of that trade, or 3 or 4. It's not a high probability trade. I'm not fucking selling it. I just fucking I don't want to make sure that it's legit. It needs work. Like dude, this thing doesn't work on its own. You have to like you're gonna need to have some like there's like a flip point on it. It's like if you break certain levels, it's gonna recalculate on smaller time frames. You want to run it with some price percent oscillators. You want to write it with some market breadth oscillators. There's some rules, man. There's some interpretation. So you're gonna have to be like, this is what the cool part about it is. It gives you a path. So if you're looking for a path of where we should go, you can be like, hey, look, this is like I can chart this all day long.
Near-term gas price assumptions and all prices are unchanged.
I can tell you where I think it's going, but this is all based on regression, Berg regression stuff, and so you're like, there's a probability that we go in this path. If we break this path, it's going to recalculate a different move. So like you can only put so much in, or you can only it's only so good. So if you just go out there and be like, yeah, this is where we're going, no matter what, it's gonna fail. And for all of you smart people out there, there's like, 2 or 3 people that for like 100. Let's just say we had 100 smart people. There's like 3 dumb fucks in that group that'll go in and slam the fucking and torch themselves and then come back and come find me and be like, hey man, we got a problem. So I have to like, it has to be like, I just need SPX to close above 3995 today, please. Yeah, so at least that's what the algo is saying. The algo is saying we're done, going down. I don't believe that. I think that there's still a chance. So if I was to post that right now, you know who I would post that to? I would say, look, the algo's telling you, this is what I would post to you. I'll tell you exactly what I'd post to you. If I had posted that, right? Or if you were just some guy out there looking at that thing on its own, right? You'd be like, oh fuck it, I'm gonna take a fucking call right here, and I'll take a call spread for Friday. I don't care if it goes up on Wednesday. I don't care if it goes up on Thursday. I don't care if it goes up on whatever. I'll take a call spread. Right in the money, right here where we are right now. It's gonna print eventually because the algo says it's gonna. But like the truth is, you'd have to like post that and say, look, if we hold under the 200 SMA and we start to go down from there, the algo is going to recalculate, and this is a bullshit algo on that time frame. The second thing you'd have to say on that algo would be, let me mute this for a minute here. The second thing you'd have to say on that algo is, it's not calculating a quick rip down. So let's say just in the overnight we slammed down in here and we opened here, and then it worked like right here, right? So yeah, like smoothing out what it's predicting. Once you're past here, it's gonna then it's gonna look like, hey, it did work out, right? If we like slammed down here in the overnight and then we just went sideways for a day and then slammed up on Wednesday, sure, like 3 days later it did work, right? Does that make sense? It would smooth itself out over time. And you might not interpret that, or you might be here reading the algo today, buy some calls, and then we come down here and you're like, oh shit, I gotta sell that algo sucks. I'm selling, and then it just goes sideways and up again, and then the algo actually worked. Then you come back and you're like, well, fuck you, Cap. You fucking told me that shit worked, and then it didn't, and then it did. Or you just disappear and tell me to go fuck myself. You're like, you fucking lie, you don't know what you're talking about. And then like a day later it works, and then you're like, fuck him, I'm not going back there to tell him it worked. Like there's all this other shit. So if I'm gonna release that stuff to you, you guys need to have I need to have like a this is only one tool in your toolbox, and as it smooths itself out over a day or two, and if it goes down below this certain number, it's going to recalculate and tell you to go fuck yourself, like all those kind of things. And how do we present that information? Does that make sense? Some of you guys want fucking, I know what you guys want. So you guys want the magic bullet, but there's no magic bullet. If there was a magic bullet, fucking I'd be a trillionaire. So because it's not a magic bullet, look at that, pumping baby. Now it's pumping. See that pumping? I shouldn't release that shit. There's probably like fucking 20 guys out there like loading up on spy calls right now. Fucking so retarded. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that word. Apologize. It's a bad habit from when I was young. Young and stupid. Put a disclaimer. That doesn't work. Like, disclaimer never fucking works. You have to like write something along with it, and then you have to hold people's hands. I'm telling you, you guys don't believe me, but Trust me. It's crossing that dotted line bullish. You fucking right it is. The bears want to hold it. I mean, if you want to get bearish on end of the day, bears want to hold it. There's three places, right? There's like the bears want to hold that, but they're probably not gonna. There's a high probability they're gonna take profit here. Always think about this stuff from. Always think about this stuff. So what you guys should always think about is. You guys should always be thinking about it from like. So somewhere in here, I said on Friday, I said I'm looking for down on Monday, right? You saw this big squeeze up, no big deal. This is liquidity grab, right? Close some. No, I'm sure, whatever. Anyways, the fucking shorts are here, right? And there's fucking shorts here, and there's shorts right here. So they take this down, right? Get some money. And so you question yourself, where would a short come back here? Where would a short come back in here to lean on the market again? So if you're a short, right? You're taking your money from up here, taking your money from here at least, or here. You kind of diamond handed your shit, right? You got paid right here. This is your target, right? So where would you re-enter that short? Well, you know that there's some shorts now sitting here. Shorts do not want us to get above this pivot line. They want to keep us negative, right? You've got this other area of interest right here.
The administration led to convene a virtual meeting with U.S. oil executives on December the 8th to discuss how to support Ukrainian energy infrastructure.
And then you've got FOMO bears right here.
Sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
So let's talk about what's bullish and what's bearish. Winky was asking. So right where we are right now, right? This is a dangerous trade to take a put in. Does that not mean that we don't sell down here? No, it just means it's a dangerous trade. This is a less dangerous trade. You can scale into a short position or a put position here, and here. But we are intraday next few days until we break above this pivot point again. We're bearish, right? Now, if you wanted to be like, oh, I'm a conservative bear. I care about my positioning. Then you would wait to re-short right here. You'd be shorting with these people back here. Right? Makes sense? Now, these people will sometimes come down and short at a lower place. If you're like, I'm going to put a little bit more risk on there, Cap, as a bear, this would be the place for you. You want to be shorting off S1. If you're like if you got in the short here and you're like, I took off a bunch of profit and I wanted to leave a little bit on for the rest of this move down at the end of the day, you can do that too. You know, you have to look at this from the perspective of when someone got in the trade and how much risk they're putting on, and then how much they leave on maybe for more down the road. And when you're trying to enter the trade, if you're trying to enter the trade down here for the first time, it's a risky trade. It doesn't mean that it doesn't print. It means it's risky. It's not the best trade. If you missed this trade, so we took puts, last Thursday, I think, or Wednesday into Thursday? Friday said to you, I want to see this go down on Monday, Tuesday. So you should have taken some put spreads or puts here. So it's 2 times, right? So what are you looking for the next one? I don't know. Usually you'll see once profit's taken a spring higher, right? So you'd be looking for, if you're getting bearish here, you're looking for, you can see where they step in, right? Come down, nailed it, right? Come down, nailed it, right? You're going to expect them to come back in over here, right? And try to nail this in, right? Did it once, did it twice, want to get this down in here tomorrow. So where do you take that short? It's somewhere in here, right? Somewhere at this S. This is this S1 level. You want to start attacking this again up in here. If you're like, oh, I took some puts here and they didn't print, then you're gonna add to your position up here to try to get this move down into Tuesday or Wednesday. Does that make sense? Yeah. You want to be back up here in the tops of these trades. and leave some runners on. Maybe you get this before the end of the day today. Maybe it is end of the day today. I can't predict that kind of stuff for you. But when you ask about when we're already down this far, this is like asking me, should I put some puts on here, Cap? And I'm like, fuck no, close them. Right? Put some on here. Fuck no, close them. Take the money and run. Right? Take the money and run. Take the money and run. My assumption is sometimes you'll get that last little third bleed out down there. This is a good meet. 1, 2, and then 3, slam it home. If it happens, maybe you get some puts here for tomorrow, right? For the open for tomorrow, for that last push down, that last bloodbath. But there might be this opportunity in here to grab at a better price. So, I don't know what to say to you here when it comes to. It's weird. Whenever we're right here, no one ever wants to buy puts. Whenever we're right here, no one ever wants to buy puts. So, and see this green bar right here? Like, this will fuck you up, right? Or make you fearful. If you had a green bar straight here, that would scare you. You'd be like, I'm closing my puts. And then all of a sudden it blasts down tomorrow morning. Does that make sense? Whenever we're here, I'll tell you exactly what happens. Whenever we're here, I get told, Cap, you should take calls, man. Whenever we're here, I get told you should take puts, Captain. Whenever, you know what I mean? Whenever I'm here, take calls, Captain. Down here, being asked the same question. So it's not like it doesn't prove itself once. It's that the other 4 or 5 times it didn't prove itself. So you might hit that one jackpot and be like, fuck yeah, we did it, made money. Fucking stoked. But the reality is you didn't, right? The reality is that if you go back like 10 trades, 20 trades, 30 trades, you blew up your account here. Like, this is the place for you. This is one of those places where you blow up your account. It's not the high probability trade. Usually it's against what your brain is thinking. Usually it's like, not always, but sometimes it is what your brain is thinking. But like even my normal brain right now is like, my normal like human brain tells me fucking balls deep and puts right here, Captain. That's what it's telling me. That's what my brain's telling me. My brain's like, fucking load up on puts. Get super duper bearish. The brain's like, if this rejects one more time, this is logical. If you start seeing this bullshit for too long, we will bleed off into the bell. How far is it? Here? That's what that red line is on BOOKMAP, right? You see it, right? So right here on BOOKMAP, right? We haven't stair-stepped down. We haven't been led down. The order book hasn't changed down there. So let's say we do go down there, right? So you're gonna see something like this, right? You're gonna see we come down here, right? We go down here. We hit it, right? You're like, woo, I bought some puts. Thankfully, I didn't listen to Cap. And we hit that red line. This is that big red line that's on BOOKMAP, right? But then it does this. Woo. It hit that line, they didn't pull that order book. Fucking slammed 600 fucking buys on fucking ES. And so you see you got trapped in here, right? For that move. So, I don't know. I'm trying to look at all the probabilities here of what can happen. All I know is this is probably not the place to buy puts. If anything, this is the place to look for a reaction off If anything, this is the place to be looking for, if there was a trade here, like a high probability trade. I know exactly what it is. The trade that I hope for is that we sell down to where that demand is, right? And then we see a huge reaction there. And I take calls right here and we blast off. At least to here. This is the high probability trade. Now, if we don't see a reaction here and just start grinding, grind, I'm not going to enter calls here. I'm going to look for like a slam, a 1, a 2, a 3, and then that rocket ship up. This is the react trade, not the act trade, right? This is the reacting trade that you're looking for. If you're looking to enter puts here, what's the best trade here? Best trade here is waiting for the reaction, the trade up, and then taking the put trade, right? This is the high probability trade. Does that make sense? That's another high probability trade setting itself up. This could happen tomorrow. The lowest probability trade. This doesn't mean it doesn't happen. I'm just saying to you that the lowest probability trade is that we come into this level down here, this demand level, right?
So heating oil futures extend losses down 5%.
We slowly grind that down to it, right? And then we do this thing where we do this kind of nonsense in here, right? And then we do this down here, right? Right into the bell. It gets bloodbathy. Now, what's the problem with that trade? Do any of you know what the problem with that trade is? You know how much exposure you have down there? You're waiting. What time is it? It's 1:51 in the afternoon, right? We have power hour. We've got 2 hours. Any news that comes in that's positive, that's unknown. So you're just exposing yourself on a put side on a 1-to-1 payout and you're only positioned right here. You're not positioned back here. It's not like you went short up here. You're just positioned here. It would take 2 seconds for this to come rocketing back up, or for this to come rocketing back up and just trap your ass. I don't know if that makes any sense. Let me move the cursor on BookMap out of the way. So if you're late to the trade, what do you do? What are you looking for? You're looking for a reaction off this level down below here, over here. I hope that helps you as a trader. It's a weird thing too, because publicly you'll see two things publicly. You'll hear a cacophony of short, and then you'll hear when it's the FOMO part of the trade, and then you'll also hear people come out afterwards and say that was a great trade. But if you find out who they are, you're like, well, that motherfucker didn't take a short. So you have to put your blinders on with both of those people out there. I promise you, you'll get more trades right than wrong, and you'll be more profitable. I don't know any other way to explain that to you. It's almost like a what is it called? What is it called when you? I don't know why I'm having all these. I'm always mind. It's the fuck is it called? It's when you have a It's not incidental. It's when someone makes a comment about something that's not really. It's antidotal, like an antidotal comment. They're antidotes, or I think they're antidotals. They're not really if somebody comes out and says, I took this trade right here and it printed today and I made bank. That's great. But it implies that you should always take that trade. And the reality is you shouldn't always take that trade. You missed the trade, believe it or not. Yeah, antidotal. It's it's antidotal. It's an antidotal comment. Oftentimes we misinterpret those. We'll read that comment and we'll take that and write it down or in our brain and be like, man, I was so bearish yesterday. In my head was super fucking bearish, and then this fucking guy confirmed it. Fucking posted that shit on fucking Wall Street Bets. He's posting it, fucking posting gains, fucking crazy town. And so it reinforces this trading habit. It becomes a bad habit. It works for you once or twice in a really good way. And then sure enough, it's like the next 7 trades, you're like, fuck. Why is this not working? It always works. And then you hear people about when it works, and it's like this really bad habit to form. So I can't recommend it. I can see it happening. I understand that it's there. I know that trade is there. I'm saying to you. I'm saying what I'm saying to you is that it's a very dangerous habit to take. You'll never hear me tell you to do it. Or hopefully you'll never hear me tell you to do it. Sometimes I've taken those trades and I've won, and sometimes I've taken those trades. Most of the time I take those trades, I lose. Matter of fact, let's look at what puts cost. So, yeah, I mean the puts are expensive here, man. Like 400 P's, 400 P's are almost $1. That shit can go to like 20 cents in a second. So I got no love for it. So let's see right here. Let's put some levels on some targets for the bears. So this is the one right here that we're currently on. This is the red bar that we're currently on. This is the first red bar. And then we've got 402 and then 399. 402. The full dollar lower. The next one is 398, I think. 39852. Somewhere right here. See if we can hold on here, guys. Somewhere right there is where those two red bars are. I think I have that right. I think I have these two red bars right here. $400. So now I'm looking at 400C. I only want 10. So while you guys are in puts, I'm looking to buy a dip here. So hold on.
So US stocks extend their fall. Nasdaq down 2.01%.
Widen that up for you. 3990. So I've got some 400 C's lined up. I haven't bought them yet, but I'm looking to. Just a few moments here. I'm going to buy some calls. We're getting real close here. Almost there. They're at 52 cents right now. I want to see if they're, there we go, down to 51 cents. Almost there. Come on down, baby. Come on down. Just a little, just another C here.
This is seeing here from the Financial Times. Oil tanker jam forms off Turkey after start of Russian oil cap.
All right, so I'm in at 51 cents.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Could have a little bit more
There's also,
bloodbath here, so you might have to add to a
from
position.
the FT, a traffic jam of oil tankers has built up in Turkish waters after Western powers launched a price cap targeting Russian oil, and as authorities in Ankara demanded insurers promise that any vessels navigating its straits are fully covered.
There's a little bit more room to go down here, so be careful. A little bit more red bar if you look on the left-hand side down here.
Also, from the piece of oil, under EU sanctions, which came to effect today, tankers loading Russian crude are barred from accessing Western maritime insurance unless the oil is sold under the G7's price cap of $60 a barrel.
Got that 41 cents. I'm going to buy another 10, I think, here. Not quite. I'm going to see if I add 10 more. Add another 10 at 43 cents. Come on, baby.
So, from the FT, four oil industry executives said Turkey had demanded new proof
Come
of
on,
insurance
baby.
in light of the Russian oil price cap.
Come to daddy. So a little bit of this red bar might be a little bit lower. You see that?
And we have also posted out the article from the Financial Times about oil tanker jam forms off Turkey after start of Russian oil cap.
There goes some buyers. So that liquidity grab. I'll scroll down so you can see if we're going to break through at any point. There's a little bit of stepping down here. $3,980. There we go. There's another little stink bid down here. 3,980. It's not a big one. We'll make that a yellow. Nope, hold on. It's a small order. Come on, baby. There could be another dip down here. There might be another dip. Not positive yet. Keep it right here so you can see it. So what's my price target? I don't fucking know. 60 cents, 70 cents. If I can catch 60, 70 cents, I'll be stoked. That's all I want it to be. It's my price target. 60, 70 cents. Something like that. See what happens here. You gotta switch these to cells. Yeah, there should be a reaction at some point. There's 759. So there's a resting order here. For 759 buys. So my thought process is that you have some sort of a reaction here. Somewhere in this area there should be a reaction. If there is no reaction, let's see if we can change it to blue. So if we wind up just messing around in here and there's no reaction, that's bad. You're looking for you're looking for some kind of a reaction, like boom, boom. If there's no reaction, you cut your stops. If you see like a reaction down here, it should be pretty big. You've got the order book saying I'm willing to buy a huge buy here. And that's pretty firm. No, you're not going down here. So you're just waiting for the interaction. You're waiting for, and there should be a rip here coming up. Now if we fuck around down here for like, I don't know, 5-10 minutes or so, I'll cut out of the position because you're looking for that. You're anticipating that at some point you're gonna make a move down and it's gonna slam and it's gonna be a violent move up. Now if you don't get that violent move, that's not good. That's just grinding, waiting to go lower. So we'll find out here. I didn't call anything to buy. Nothing. Didn't call anything to buy. If you are following that trade, make sure you have stops. If it starts to go the opposite way, make sure you have a defined, you don't have to have a price target up here. Have it defined like I want to make so much off this trade. I'm willing to lose this much on this trade. Trade should go in your direction. If they don't go in the direction, that means you're getting into the trade at the wrong time, right? All right, you're not picking the correct direction. So what are the mechanics that you're doing wrong? Have a clear entry and exit. Have a clear, I'm going to add to this position here. Have a clear, I'm going to get out of my position there. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? And it's always better to take the money and run than to be giving it up to anybody else. That makes sense? Come on, baby. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? I'd rather take 10% all day long than it's the wrong trade. I'd rather take 50% all day long. I'd rather hit a 300% banger once every 3 or 4 trades. That make sense? Come on, get up there. Come on, Papa. Show me what's up. Show me where we're going. Oh. Yeah, get up there. Yeah, give me that great big green balls. Give me that huge green balls. Set up the trade, be patient all day long for it. When it comes your way. Oh. All right, sell at 54 cents. I'll take it. I'll take it. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. Oh. You guys understand? You guys get what I'm saying at least? Hey, buddy. My dog thinks I'm dying over here. Dog's like, you okay, man? Sorry, I'll stop. My leg was hurt. I kicked myself in the knee, so I got some pain, knee pain. I apologize. So what are you doing when you're making trades, right? Being patient. You don't need the entire trade. You don't need to have a fucking 500% banger every time. Just step in, take what's yours, and leave. I hurt my leg. I broke. Sorry guys. I kicked a 2x4 underneath my desk. Right now, I kicked a hammer that I keep under my desk in case I make a bad trade, and I'll break the desk down into little 2x4s. So to anyone listening out there, I apologize. Now my dog's all upset because he thinks I'm hurt really bad, but I got over it. I'm good. Bad trade equals desk. I did that once. That's why I bring that up sometimes. I made a really, 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 really bad trade. Really bad. And I proceeded to I just funny because my one child was in school and one child was too young to go to school. And I politely went to my wife and said, can you please take our daughter and go for a walk to the park or something, go for a bike ride, do whatever you need to do, get out of the house. And I had this really, really old, expensive desk. This is the true story. And I proceeded to break it down into little tiny pieces. Yeah, I broke they had an expensive leather chair, broke that down into tiny little pieces. And then I brought it outside deliberately. This is a true story. I started putting it into like the trash. We have like trash barrels and then large trash area, and to put in the barrels, and then you bring it once a week until you get rid of it or whatever. But and then I didn't trade for I think at least 3 months. Didn't look at a chart. I think it was 3 or 4 months, something like that. It was a really, 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 really big, stupid. It was back when I was hard-headed. I used to be so hard headed. I would diamond hand, man. Fuck diamond handing. Diamond hand. Like, there's some diamond handing, but like, I mean, like, you start at $90,000 and you go straight to zero, like that diamond handing. You don't do that. They're just like kind of now. I sold them at 54 cents. They're floating back down to like 47 cents or so. The low on them, I think I added some at 43 cents. They got down to 41 cents at one point. Do you mind sharing what I did? It's funny. I'm not going to name names, but there was a few famous bears out there. It was back in I don't know if it was 2018 or 2019 or something. And there was like a market crash or some stupid shit we were looking at, and I went balls deep on the market crash, and I got so trapped. I was making a lot of money then, making a lot of good trades over the years, and I was trading with too much money. I was making trades that were like, always minimum of mid to high five figures, like $50,000, $100,000 trades. I wasn't scaling into them anymore. I was leaning in. You ever hear guys on sometimes I have people on FinTwit saying like, when people know which way we're going, they go all in. And I'm like, fucking, I did that shit. Because their convictions and they know so much. I'm like, I was like, I've been there. I was like, I've fucking done that shit. I was like, I know exactly what that shit is. You wait until you fucking, the first time you burn that shit down, find out what that fucking feels like. Then you do it like 5 more times. You fucking stop that bullshit. It's not so bad if you're in futures contracts, if you're in like Globex kind of stuff. Normally it'll come back and save your ass, but if you're like, I went all in with like $100,000 in fucking puts or calls, doesn't matter. All at once. I assure you. And then I did it with like, I assure you it comes back to haunt you. I used to think that in the order flow that they knew who I was. So then I switched it around and started doing I started trying to hide the trades. And then I was like, I think these fucking guys know who I am. So their order flow is selling me. They probably have, I think it could be true. I don't think I'll ever be able to prove it. But my suspicion is that depending on the amount you trade with, you actively trade with, that they put you into groups as a retail trader. They're like, we got like 1,000 guys doing this, and we got 5,000 guys trading with this money, and we got 30,000 guys trading with this money, and they kind of group you into baskets to sell those positions. I can't describe how that would happen, but it wouldn't shock me if like the software that goes around and takes these orders, that it's like how that order flow is organized, and you could really fuck some people over with hedging against that money flow. I wouldn't doubt that there's even mathematical equations for the potential to take from each one of those groups of people. I would wonder what the math is on that. Like, anyone that's trading with like $1,000 contracts, they're prone to, or like $1,000 trade, $5,000 trade.
Differences on industrial subsidies.
Maybe they're willing to cut their losses at at X number, and then you've got like so you get to keep their money, right?
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
You have like people that are spending $500 to want to add roll into their position more.
And they noted preliminary progress made by Task Force on the Inflation Reduction Act and commit to solve issue constructively.
People trading with $10,000 per move. I don't know. Maybe they're willing to go balls deep. People are trading with $5 million are willing to add 2 or 3 more times to their position. I wonder if there's any like correlation to organizing order flow for could you organize order flow to maximize holding that order flow long enough to make some money, or to potentially maximize how much you're going to make off that order flow. I'm sure there's algorithms in the background. People, I would hire people to do that, to find out if there's a way to basket all that order flow to make it most profitable. I think you'd at least explore it, right? Right. You get what I'm saying? Probability of loss of the sample group is greater. So let's bring that to its logical conclusion, Jessim guy. So what would you do then? If you had a probability of making more profit off of one group than the other, right? You would only need to hold their order flow back so much. Now, this other group, we have a low probability. You would hold their order flow back and sell it at a worse price, right? You'd maybe hold it longer or sell it faster, so that you could start to maximize each group. Which is kind of crazy and fucked up. I think that's part of the problem with paying for order flow, is that you could possibly identify groups and decide who you're going to sell that order flow to, when, and try to maximize. I'm assuming that there's some in the background, there's some real cool, like small, tiny shit that you could do to fleece money. Not fleece, or just maximum. I don't know if it's fleecing. Yeah, you're backing him again. I'm not ready for him yet. So what are we looking for here? So let's have a look. Let's have a look. See, we could be forming a double bottom here. There's some problems here. So this little thing, this bullshit down here, forming up back here, this can lead to stepping down. Although there hasn't been a rug pull yet. If you see here, you still have a standing order of 700. This is a pretty big fucking wall right here. I'm assuming that this is delta neutral. I know that Spot Gamma put out a this is where zero gamma is today or something, but I'm assuming well, not assuming, I know for a fucking fact it changes all day long. And I know that the data is better at certain times of the day than it is at other times of the day. I also know that they have to get shit out to you before the open in the morning, so that data is not exact either. So, there's this little point here which says 2 things you have to be concerned about. That's this showing up out of nowhere. You see it wasn't here before. This is kind of what you'd call a stink bid, right? So you put these bids in lower, and it teases down the bid, right? Saying we can come down lower even though there's 700. And then what you do is you rug pull with this, you rip your standing orders out, and you get a quick slam down. Boom. Right? So you would see that expressed. You would see that expressed on a chart where you'd see a grind right here. Just grinding a little bit. Let me see if I can change the color of this. God damn. You'd see a little bit of a grind in here, right? And then a quick down. Right? I got the money that I wanted to get. And then we rocket ship back up again. Now another problem here is that we start grinding through these buyers here, right? We get no reaction. Notice how we're just sold the top of the key, came back down, just grinding now. and we could start stair stepping down into the close. So there's some real concern here. You want to see a reaction here. We're not. So we got a reaction here. We're not getting a reaction right here. So what I would say to you would be either if you're already long here a second time, hold it, fucking diamond hand that shit, add to your position a second time down here for a move higher. It would be just like that. Boom, boom, and then we go up higher. So, and then I would have some kind of like, you know, you start your position here, you add one more time here and look for the reaction. And if we start to break below and you start to see these yellow bars come in, you're going to know that they're going to stair step us down into the bell. Okay? So you'd have like a stop loss here. Does that make sense? Quick liquidity grab down, trying to stop you out. I wouldn't set a stop loss down there. I would hand do it like boom, we're breaking, we're not actually doing that. And that's your 1, 2. This is your safe down here. This is your initial entry. This is your so you're planning out your trade. Does that make sense? So that you already know what you're doing. You don't panic or anything like that. You're like, fuck it, I bought 10. I'm going to add another fucking 10 down there. I'm going to add fucking 20. And then I'm going to have a stop loss. Hopefully I'm not losing any money in this trade, at least. And if I picked the fucking trade wrong, I fucking took my lessons. But, you know, you want to know what a high probability trade is of going up here? Pretty fucking high. Hold on. Pretty fucking high. It's like in the grand scheme of things, it's a pretty high probability that we're going up here. And let's say you're like, well, I don't want to trade 0 dates cap, or I don't want to trade 1 dates cap. You know, this is not a bad place to be. You know, anywhere from here to the end of the day, none of this is a bad place to be. Taking one of these trades. Bears are going to tell you broke below. The Bears are going to tell you it's all broken. That's what you're going to hear. You're going to hear this for tomorrow.
Reciprocal sharing of information about
you hear doom and gloom
provided to the semiconductor sector.
Bears want that. They want that close down here. Bears want to hold all this up here. They don't want to give any of this stuff back here for continuation into Tuesday. And the only thing that I want here is, I think we've been speaking about this since Wednesday or Friday of last week. The only thing that I'm looking for is fucking blood red until fucking I can get a turnaround on Tuesday. And we're getting it, so I'm happy. Can't say I'm complaining. I'm not an upset person. Getting that step down right now. We're actually still on. This looks like some ghost prints or something. If you look on BOOKMAP, we're fucking right on. I should clean this up so you can. So it'll be exact. It'll be an exact match to ES. It looks like that's exact, right? That looks about exact, doesn't it? So we'll see if we'll see what happens there. I might take a call with you here in just a minute. So I'm interested in getting calls one more time. And if you're in calls right now, I wouldn't be panicking. Don't be don't sell out of your. Oh, I can't say don't sell out of your positions. All I can say to you is always go into these trades with a plan so that you're not scared. You're not worried. I wouldn't be scared and worried down here if you're in calls. I would just be like fucking diamond hand and add to my position.
The U.S. Treasury 3-year yield rises 50.
I have no fears buying dips down here. Zero problems with it. Knowing where to add, knowing where to cut your losses.
Again, you did have the release from in the morning, 10 a.m. Eastern time with the ISM services, surprising towards the upside, which led to the S&P's movement towards the downside and the Dixie's strengthening. Still holds as of this moment.
The worse news that you hear, the better.
Headlines to
bring the blood out. Make it rain blood. This is why I get so. This is the whole reason why publicly I'm like, yeah, whatever, fuck off with that. I want to hear bear doom. The more bear doom, the better. so I can buy a dip.
Also keeping an
just
eye
pour
on
it
oil
out.
prices extend losses, and U.S. crude falls by $3 a barrel.
Make like just say horrible things right now. The more horrible it is, the better. The more dip I can buy. Thank you. Starting to break. Well, that's weird. We're breaking through on SPY, but it's still sitting right where that bottom is down there. You see that? SPY's not really matching up right now, too. There's a lot of play in here. Oh man, I'm getting hungry. I'm gonna shift over to 399s now. I'm setting up 10 399Cs. They're 56 cents right now, 55 cents. I'm hoping to jump into some of these here in a minute. We're going to look a little bit lower and just make sure that we're going to rip higher here. Now, give me that little bloodbath down there. Get on down there. Just a little bit more. Get on down there. Make it rain.
NYMEX diesel January futures settle at $2.99 a gallon.
$3.99s are 54 cents.
This
They were
stream is
down to like
sponsored by
51 for a
TickStrike.
minute.
TickStrike allows you
I
to
didn't buy
actually
'em, I
hear
should have,
order
but-
flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
If we can get 51 cents once more, I might buy them.
And NYMEX WTI crude January futures settle at $76.93 a barrel,
Oh,
down
shit.
$3.05 or 3.81%.
I should have bought them, and I didn't. They're 55 cents right now. If you can get like 51 cents on 399C, I'm down. Let's bring it down there one more time. Come on, baby. Come on down. Give me some cheap calls. I want some cheap calls. Make them a little bit cheaper, and I'm there with you. Just hold on. Give me that one little quick plunge. Let me work in arbitrage. All I want to do is make some
NYMEX
money
natural
off
gas
you.
January futures settle at
I want to steal it from
$5.57.
you. I want to slip in. I know that there's probably 10 to 50% to even 300% hiding in here. It might take me like 10 minutes to make it. Come on down. Make it dirt cheap. It's teasing me. It's at 52 cents right now. They real tease. I just want to see that quick plunge. Give me 40 cents. Make like 399Cs like 40 cents really for just a second. Come on down. Give me that quick plunge. A little bit more. Don't do that. Don't go back up there. Come on down. Just make it like for 2 seconds. Just one fast red needle down. And I promise I'll buy them. Come on down. Come on down to Daddy. Daddy doesn't like to pay a lot. I don't like to pay a lot. I don't want to pay anything, to be honest with you. I want to pay like pennies. I want to buy some cheap calls. Give me them cheap calls, just like you buy them cheap puts. You want to buy them cheap and sell them high. You don't want to be buying high and selling cheap. Just a little bit more. Come on, just a little tiny bit more. Oh, yeah. Look at those buyers stepping in now. We got 830. 836 right here. Got a bunch of buyers right here. Break on through. Come on down. Break on down through. Just a little bit more. Just a little tiny bit more. patience, have patience. Mm-mm-mm. I feel like they're a tease. I feel like there's a guy on the other end going, "Look, man, I'll give them to you for 52 cents right now. Just take them." And the moment I buy them, they're like, "And now they're for 41 cents. Who wants them for 41 cents? 41 cents next bidder for 41 cents." And I'm like, "God dang it! Like, if I just wait 5 minutes." Just give me the 5 fucking minutes. So just be patient. Do you know what I mean? This is like that 1 minute where I'm like, shit. It was like, that used to happen to me all the time. Like, I don't fall for that shit anymore. I'd rather miss the trade than not fall for it. I used to have like some really great trades, and then I had this little mix of like, man, if I just waited 5 more minutes, just 5 more minutes. So now I try to take those trades. Just when you think it can't go any lower trades, it did. And you're like, shit. So sometimes I miss trades now. Oh, yeah. Just diamond hand, baby. If you're in long calls here, do not sell. Like, you just fucking diamond hand. If I don't get my 41 cents or 42 cents or 51 cents, and you're already in, you fucking diamond hand down here. This shit'll be fast. Be painless. Be kicking yourself. I'm just an old cheap fuck. This is the cheap. There's big buyers there, and they went from 3. We're forming, so we went from like 350 to 550. Now we're at 810, and now we've got 350 down below the 800 mark, right? Just below. There's a pool of liquidity down here, and there's a giant amount of liquidity right where we are right now. I want to see if that bottom tick gets hit. I want to see if that small tick down there below gets hit. We haven't ground through it yet. There's a ton of buyers where we are right now.
Cascade data, gas flows via Yamal Europe pipeline resume eastward.
Yeah, if you're still of bullish context, this is not a bad place to buy a spread for Saturday. I'm for something for Friday, some kind of a call spread, or Monday, unless you've put your full bear suit on here. I'm still bullish, believe it or not. Let's see where the we can get a lot of room here, right? Look at where this is where the talking about VWAP's way up there. 200's up here somewhere. So no matter where we wind up, we're probably going to come back up here at least once. Just a matter of how cheap you are. I'm kind of like worn out. I'm like physically beaten up. Virgo's saying SPX need to close above 395.95, please. They're putting the paint on right now, Ergo, right? They're like, capitulate, capitulate. So if you guys had me here during the day, right? Let me ask a question. Do you guys prefer that I come on? Do you guys have a preference that I come on? Hold on a second here. Do you guys prefer that I'm on with you all day long? Do you mind if I'm only on half the day? Do you prefer that I come on when there's a major move? Do you guys prefer like that I have the stream up all day long and then I'm just only live part of the day? Is there like a best time of the day? Is there a, hey, the market's moving somewhere, jump on real quick with the live stream? Yeah, that's a fair. Chase is making a really good point. That pain has been on this absurd pump over the past weeks for no particular reason besides vol crush. That's fair. Oh, look at, we're coming down. Yeah, baby. 15 minutes before open, 15 minutes after close. So maybe you see like I'm missing this trade right now. Hold on hold on, guys. Those fucking calls are coming down. Am I missing that fucking trade right now? Shit. I think I might have missed that trade. 3.99 was down to like 40 something cents. So wait, what do you got? Starting at 9:15 would be great. Would you guys prefer me to be like, come on at 9 and do like a half an hour what to expect before open? Well, there's a couple things. So like the best forecasts are always in the morning, always. So if you see, like, if you guys are watching people on YouTube at nighttime, they're pretty good. But there's whenever you have like a tail event overnight, they get kind of blown out of the water. And then data is always best in the morning, preferably after 6 a.m. Better even at like 8. Like better data comes out. 9 o'clock data gets awesome. So that's always better for you. But people that are like read that stuff are like, oh, I wanted it at like 6 p.m. the night before, then I wanted it at midnight, and then I wanted it right before the open. I can plan my day. So on my end, it's hard to be like, well, like put something out and then be like, there's better data later in the morning. My thought would be to come on in the morning at like 9 every morning, or 8:30 or 9, and do an hour-long show. And then if there's an expected move, we do that expected move in the morning. Or I could just put out the newsletter in the morning. The newsletter is going to be kick-ass, and then maybe just start the live stream in the morning with a quick, hey, how y'all doing, and then maybe come back. There's another thing, too, which is when we don't have directional days, up or down, when we just trade sideways, maybe I just be like, I'm out of here. Like, I'll be back. If we're not having an expected, you guys already know beforehand, range expand. We know when we're getting range expansion. Even the levels that I put out to you show a bias to the up or down side, right? If you have the levels from the day before, the levels you got today were lower than they were on Friday, right? So before we even opened the day today, the implied move was lower. I don't know what I'm trying to figure out. I could be here all day, every day. It takes a lot out of me. It's like, because you're doing the research in the background, then you got wife, kids, and all that, and then I'm like, so you're talking. I know you guys don't see that on the other end, but there's like 12, 14. It's like 12 to 14 hours a day when it's all said and done. And then I talk to people. You know, I'm on the phone with people as well, and then I got my wife and kids and all that kind of stuff. What to expect for the day and wrap up end of the day would be great. Yeah, I try to do that now, right? Whenever I leave, I try to, or whenever I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna leave live stream up and go away. I'm at least give you my bias. That's one thing that pisses me off about people on the internet, is that they don't give their bias. It's always like, you got this and you got that, and I'd prefer to just fade you or trade with you and have you give your opinion. Like, so the people that I follow people. I'm like, why do you give me, like, it always frustrates me. I'm like, man, if that guy would just give me like his bias, I'd be fucking stoked. Even if it was wrong. I don't care if they're wrong. If they're always wrong, fucking A, man. Bias away. There's nothing down there. I'll show you guys if you want to see it. There's nothing forming up down there. I have no expectations of like a bloodbath. It's somewhere down here. Friend of day. The latest. I'm gonna assume that somebody's gonna say they're gonna rip. You're gonna hear people. I assure you that no matter where we trade to, end of this. So you guys want an end of the day kind of a thing? I'll give it to you. Okay, so let's go over the end of the day and tomorrow. Okay. You're going to hear, what time is it right now? It's 2:48. We're coming in at 3 o'clock hour, right? Power hour. Without knowing anything or seeing anything in it tomorrow. I don't know if this S3
U.S. Secretary of State Blinken
gets
says
tagged.
we have advanced discussions with EU partners on Inflation Reduction Act and including electric vehicles.
Give me a second here. I'll mute this so you guys can see my take on.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike.
So if you're gonna,
TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
I'm gonna give you what you pay for. All that money you guys pay out there. I'm gonna tell you exactly what you're gonna hear. Exactly how it'll be written. I already know how it's gonna be written. I think I already know how it's gonna be written. Usually I get it pretty spot on with this stuff. So all those services and shit you pay for out there, I'll tell you exactly what they're gonna write. Okay. So we have some technical problems. Just hold on a minute here. We do have some technical problems here, okay? So this I want you to see this trend that we were in, right? This trend right here was broken today. As a bull, you don't mind this trend being broken. You can see that we broke it once before, right? And you saw what happened, right? Now he broke it again. And there's nothing to say we can't. There's nothing. There's literally nothing saying we can't come right back in a trend higher again. But, you know, as a bull, you wanted back here. You didn't want to be buying this back here for the Santa rally. If you're going to get a Santa or a holiday rally of any kind, if you're going to get a rally in December. Let's say you get 2 rallies in December. You still want to be buying lows for any kind of a rally in December. Now, there are some key things to look at here, okay? I want you guys to see this, okay? There's a lot of consolidation down in here, okay? A lot. See all this in here? There's nothing to say that we don't go higher here. Even Mike Wilson. Mike Wilson's telling you the top's 4150. This meets what Mike Wilson's saying. He's like, we're selling stocks? Sure. Is Mike Wilson going to just start doing this kind of stuff here? Maybe. But the reality is they're going to want to get the best price possible. It would not surprise me to see us go up from here. Make sense? So where's the best place to buy this? Probably down below here, right? Best place. You're going to hear people tell you that we've broken, we're now in negative gamma. I think they're going to say that because we're below the 200 SMA. We've broken into negative gamma. So you're going to expect markets to be more volatile, right? So you're going to expect more volatility now. They're going to tell you that bears are going to want to hold this level here. Bears want to defend this level for the next leg down. So you want to consider that, right? Any rips that come into the market down here, even if it's down here, you want them to be short-lived. Does that make sense? So you probably hear, hey, you could buy calls on the bell here for a turnaround Tuesday trade, or it's going to be at the open tomorrow for a turnaround Tuesday trade. So there's likely a turnaround Tuesday trade tomorrow, close the gap, or some of it, probably to the 200 or something. It probably bears are going to want to see it like fail at the 200. Make sense? And then start the next roll down for this next trade down. This trade down probably hasn't begun yet in full earnest. Now, if we bleed off into the open tomorrow, this is a 100% buy. I want you to know that. If you're a bull out there, even if you're bearish, or if you're a bear, I can promise you 100%, right, that this gets bought. If there's like some overnight shenanigans, some low trading and low liquidity trading environment, and we trade down over the overnight, I can assure you, myself included, I will fucking buy that fucking bell with a shit ton of money with you. So if you get this kind of a move down, this is the safest trade as a bull, is that you wait for the open tomorrow. You'll find people on FinTwit, certainly, that are going to say gap up tomorrow. And there is a chance of a gap up overnight. I'm not going to lie to you. There's a chance of a sell-off and a gap up by open. So maybe you might see some blood in the middle of the night and then a rip before you can catch it. But the safest trade is down here. Safest trade is an open bell. You take this trade. It's going to kick ass. If we sell off into the AM, it's a kick-ass trade. Now, with that all being said, if this channel's not caught, you'd buy this and look to sell it before we get to the top of the key here, or this SMA 200 again. This would be the place for bears to step back in if we sell off in the overnight. Does that make sense? So if you're asking me what's the trade into the bell, it would be some cheap calls and be willing to burn them and buy the open tomorrow. So you'd have to be like, yeah, I'm gonna buy some dirt cheap calls, 1 or 2 or 3 strikes outside the money, and then if they burn, you'd retake that trade again in the open tomorrow. That's a fairly good trading plan into tomorrow. The bears. For the bears, you have the potential for a bleed off into the overnight down here. You could throw some shit tickets out there and see if they print. But you're basically looking for, bears are looking to defend 200 SMA. Bears want to defend this area right here. This is what the bears are trying to defend at this point. And you want to really be taking some shorts above to nail this level right here. And then if we break down below here and it holds, like you break through, like 1 or 2 taps, you really want to get on some put spreads that are into like January or March, or just you can pick your risk. December, January, March, for retesting lows down here. I don't know how fast this happens, but if this does happen fast, there could be a quick rip up. But if we start breaking down below here, you're going to have a high chance, high likelihood that we trade down below. Now, my view right now is still bullish. I'm still bullish here. I haven't changed my viewpoint at all. This is more bleed off than I wanted today. But I'm still comfortable long. No, I'm still comfortable. I'm still open to the long trade higher. For me to get bearish, I need this broken, baby. This is like the key. If you're like Zool and you want the depths of hell, this right, no matter what Mike Wilson says or anyone else out there says, this is why I put my blinders on with the public. Because I know, and you should know, that this is the key over here. This is you break this down here and you start breaking down. Ooh, that's the meat of the bear trade. That's the juice down there. This shit in here is dangerous. You don't time this shit. This is like, you don't time this shit right, you can get fucked up in these trades over here. This is like high conviction shit. And let me explain this in the inverse to you, okay? I want to explain the inverse of this to you so that you can tell what the inverse is. Right down here. See all this mess in here? This is the same. This is just the inverse right here. So, if you bought down here, you would go all the way up here. Remember, if you bought like calls down here, this would scare the shit out of you. You'd be like, holy shit. What was I thinking? I totally made the wrong decision. And then boom. Does that make sense? So this is all the inverse. You can use something similar to this in the inverse. And this right here is this is the Mike Wilson that we trade back up and hit that 4150. That's what he's saying. He's saying there's no that he's got no qualms with, or that he's got no that he's even though his bias is down, he would not be shocked to see us ass blaster like do this ass blaster up right here, right? So you see when guys like that say stuff like that, right? This would be just upside down of what happened down the other side, right? So you get this one little ass blaster. If you're a bear, you're like, oh shit, everyone's telling me we're going down and I'm upside down and I got fucking phones ringing right now with my short. I'm getting fucked right now. When in reality, that's when you'd get that sell down now. I'm assuming this is what Mike's saying, something like this. Does that make sense? This isn't saying what's going to happen. I'm telling you that this is when, LA Wave guys go, well, we're going to come back up here and then we're going to reject. And then, of course, they get their racers out because we extend up here. So, do you guys get what I'm saying? So trade each level. Take each level for whatever it is. This is when people break their erasers out and go. They tell you, we're going here, and then you go, fuck, we're not going there. And then none of this happens, right? We just start selling it down. So trade each level. Take each level down or take each level up. Make sense? You'd take this level then from there up or this level back down. This is a horrible drawing. Look at that. So that's my take for tomorrow. My take would be you could put some risk onto the bell if you wanted to. You'd be a buyer. You'd be a buyer of this into the bell with cheap money. They might grind you into this bell. I'd be waiting in here somewhere for potential rip higher and close all this nonsense tomorrow. And then if it burns, don't listen to anybody out there in social media. Just be like, yeah, whatever, but that shit burned. I don't give a flying fuck. And then first thing in the morning, if it burns, you go in there at 9:30 and you slam that buy button again. And I'll assure you that that'll more than pay for whatever you lost today. Does that help? For my take on the close today and tomorrow? Now take what I told you today and then go see what people say on the internet and what you pay for in your services. Wait a minute. Hold on here. You already heard me tell you that if you bought down here not to fuck or to diamond hand that shit, do not sell, right? Does all this make sense? Do you guys follow me when I'm talking about this stuff to you? Yeah, as long as you guys, you got the real true importance of this live stream is I know that you guys, you should be reading books. You should be watching videos. And I don't mean like some bear. I mean, like, I like the Maverick of Wall Street. I love tuning in and listening to the bearishness. Don't get me wrong. I like tuning into a bull that's like, we're going to the fucking moon. But that's not what I'm talking about. On your trader journey, you should be reading books. You should be going to the Yale website and watching those videos. You should be falling to sleep at nighttime with Options Industry Council videos. You should be finding people that you can learn from, right? So you've got the one method of books. You've got the other method of videos. I'm assuming at some point you've paid for services. So you'll go through that phase in your journey, your trading, investing journey. I'm sure that you get involved in social media and you go down that rabbit hole. And then you should be meeting fellow traders out there. That's one thing. This is the last part. You should be meeting other traders out there, so that, especially ones that you're trying to learn from or trying to bounce stuff off of, back testing stuff off on ideas or whatever. Some of you guys are very smart and you want to be a smart trader. Some of you guys, like, I want to be a dumb trader. I used to try to be a smart trader. I used to try to sound smart. I like to be a dumb trader. I feel like I make more money as a dumb trader when I don't overcomplicate things. But that's your journey as you trade. Now, how much work you want to put into your trading is all, it's all different. But the key part, the reason I do this live stream is the one thing that I didn't have was someone next to me trading. So I think that's the key piece. I feel like everyone offers all these different things out there for you to learn from. People call it time in market. Sometimes they'll call it it's the time in market, screen time. Having someone there with you is that last missing key. I think it was for me, at least. I think, and I don't get, like, I don't have, I'm not gonna, like, there are certain people I'm like, oh man, if I could sit with that guy for like a month or 2 months, or I think a lot of people don't expose themselves to that. I think there's some guys do. I know, like, Options Millionaire, I think, does something. There's a few people out there that do that stuff. There's some people that'll do it here and there. They'll only come out. Like, the safe thing for me to do is to come out at the tops and bottoms and be like, okay, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to show you guys how to make money today. You know what I mean? And it's not really about coming out when I know it's going to go a certain direction. It's coming out in the slow days. It's coming out when we're going to go sideways and explain why we're going sideways. It's when we don't know where we're going. So that you have someone there that's actually been in a sideways market or watched us sell off, or the shit that happens when we're selling off, or the shit that happens when we go to top. I think that's the missing key for a lot of traders and investors. I think even if you're an investor, I was thinking about doing this. So I was saying I wasn't going to do this. I said I was going to do it, then I was like, I'm not going to do it. But I was thinking I would. Someone was suggesting the other day that I don't tell you guys to do it, but I'm going to do it in front of you. So I might do that that challenge that I had for myself live for you. Show it on a screen so you guys can actually see the trades get executed. So you guys can actually see that process. How to grow an account. So I think I'm back into that. We're going to try to kick that back into the plan. So you guys can if you guys have small accounts, we'll do a how to grow a small account the right way. But that stuff's important. That's the stuff that I never got for years, and it fucking bothered me because I can't tell you how many times when I was a new trader I'd be like, what the fuck do I do here? What the fuck is all this? Or they told me what was going to happen and then this didn't happen, and so now I'm kind of fucking stuck. Or I should have fucking closed. Or how the fuck did I know that I was going to keep selling? Like, it's like all these little like choose your own adventure shit. And if I just had someone there to be like, hey man, you have a high probability of fucking losing that shit to this. Or hey man, you have like a way better opportunity for this. Or hey man, take a little bit of risk here and a little bit of risk over there. I think that kind of stuff is like fucking invaluable. Especially if you've done the reading, especially if you've done the lost your shirts, especially if you've paid for people like sending you text messages or whatever the fuck it is they do to you. I was paying for one guy who was like fucking $1,000, and I might see him once or twice a week. It was fucking pissed me off so bad. Paying like $1,000 a month. Fucking goddamn, $600 a month. I'm like, motherfucker. He was really good, but I just didn't get the time that I wanted with him. You know? And like, you want that time with people. You need that time with people. You know, yeah, Chase knows what's up, right? Chase, you and I have been hanging out for fucking how long, man? Fucking over a year. Fucking. They should get crushed. You always keep banks down. That is the fucking rule. It's been the rule since 2007. You fucking smash banks down, then you let them come up a little bit, then when I think about bank stocks, I think about you drown them, and then you let their heads come up for a little bit. Then you drown them, and you do that for like 3 decades. They used to pump bank stocks. Banks should always be stomped into the ground. Right on, Chase. Chase is fucking styling. That he knows his shit now. Chase has come a long way. I can tell. I can see that Chase has come a long way. Chase is kicking ass. He's come a long, long way. A long way. I know he's doing well. I can tell he's doing well. He's become a very intelligent trader over the last year. It's very impressive. Maybe he was an intelligent trader before, but how he relates it online is outstanding. He's doing a really good job. Yeah, definitely props to Chase. 100%. We were missing on you, man. And when we started the live stream back up, we were like, where the fuck is Chase? We actually missed you a ton. Definite props to Chase. 100%. Oh, yeah, baby. Who was that? Did Lindsay just subscribe? Heck yeah. Thank you for subscribing, Lindsay. Dayquil, he subscribed. Thank you. Teat Ratsept subscribed 22 minutes ago. Joseph Bias subscribed. Kristen subscribed. Ick subscribed. Angel subscribed. Derek subscribed. Derek Cooley. Sam J. Ahmed. All right. Yeah, like, subscribe to these videos. Please help support them. We got some really cool stuff coming your way. I'm working on, as I said, I'm working on an algo for you. And I'm also working on some gamma stuff for you, so that you should at some point be able to just come get your levels every day. You'll be able to cut and paste them into your favorite charting If you use light speed, whatever you use, you should just be able to cut and paste levels, and you'll also be able to cut and paste gamma levels, gamma nodes. I've got my daughter working on some software stuff in the background, and hopefully we can roll the algo into something easy where you just push a button. So let's say you wanted to look at like Tesla on a 15-minute, a 1-hour time frame, and then a daily time frame. And there'll be like some rules so that you can look at these tickers and say, okay, what does all this mean? And you can decipher it on your own. And then we've got also a suite of the normal stuff that everybody uses, the advanced decline, market breadth, all that kind of stuff. So it should be good. Yeah, I've got a bot in the Discord, I think, for posts from at Captain Zelf. I haven't done all. I have to hire, or I've been speaking to a few guys about making a small team because I'm not gonna be able to do this all by myself. I have to automate as much as I can, and then oh yeah, bot in the Discord, Wiki. You're saying put the bot for the a bot for the fucking algo in there? It'd be pretty fucking dope, wouldn't it? My kids. Algo. Yeah, I know you don't think it's an algo. You guys want me to give you the you guys want me to tell you what it's based on? You're gonna shit your pants when you see this. Winky's gonna fucking shit himself. This thing's pretty cool. Oh, make it a bot line. Yeah, bot in the Discord. I don't know. Some of that shit I know how to do, and some of that shit I don't know how to do. I'm about to fucking I'm like right at the cusp right now of going whatever that website is where you just start hiring people in other countries and fucking begging them to fucking help you do some of this shit. I'm like right at that cusp of that right now. Thanks for the Discord link, Wink. Yeah, I saw that Floyd's Garage, the 34% rate hike or their pay hike. It's part of their new union contract, right? No, it's not Fiverr. It's another one. There's one for like for code writing and stuff like that, and I can like send them updates and say I want this change, that change. What's chat? What's it called? Chat GPT? That's Upwork. Yeah, it's Upwork. That's what it is. It's Upwork. I can go there and find tech workers that'll like work in this shit over time. So it's Upwork. Because we want to make this thing work on its own kind of. We want it to have like some kind of consistency. And then that's the other problem. That's the whole spot gamma thing. I want it to be something too that if the market changes against what we think is going to happen. So this isn't about being right. This is about having a market bias. And if the market bias goes against you, how are you able to access that information as soon as possible? Look at that pump. Look at that pump right now. Look at that pamp. Oh, look at that pushing up higher. Look at that. Oh. Look at that pump. So there's like that's one of the things that I feel like that's one of the things that so many fucking like groups get wrong is like when you're like trading based upon this information and then you're like, fuck, it didn't work this time. Because if you got something like that, if you got something right 100% of the time, you'd be fucking bazillionaire. You'd get hired by JPM and they'd be like, yeah, okay, fuck it, let's just do it. So I think that the idea would be as a retail trader, you want to be told, like get an email, get a phone call, get a whatever, or be able on your own to go in and say, shit, did the bias change? have the ability to zig. If you were zagging and we ended up zigging and you're like, shit, I'm on the wrong side of this trade, and I'm basing being in this trade on this information that I have, and it went the wrong way. When it's okay that it go. If let's say if it goes the right way 70% of the time, then 3 times it doesn't. That's where the key is, right? If it goes the wrong way, can we adjust to that, to when it goes the wrong way, and get a clear picture of what to do? Mute. Yeah, I think it's Upwork. It's a nice little trade right there, huh? Nice little tag below. I think it was 41 cents these calls were at. 43 cents I saw. Those calls are now 70 cents. That was almost 100% trade right here. Those 399 C's got down to 40. I was fucking chatty Cathy. I missed that trade. Whatever. They hit 70 cents 20 minutes ago. That was a nice trade. That's a fast trade, right? What is that, a 15-minute trade? It's a beautiful fucking trade. Yeah, I didn't trade the second round either. But if I wasn't live streaming with you, I would have traded them in a second. And then, of course, I'd go on Twitter and be like, fucking on parade. And people were like, why is that guy in parade? And I'm like, I just made 100%. It was awesome. Could we rolled it back down to 398 at the close? I don't know. That's kind of looking weak into the close. I had turned off the imbalance. I should have played it. Let me look. Trade. Let me see. Reading through some of the news right now. I haven't seen an imbalance yet. You can see. I do want you to see. Do you see the difference between how we trade when we're in negative gamma? You see how the rip gets sold? You see how like we rip and then it's immediately sold? It's not like it doesn't keep fucking grinding and climbing, trying to close above. So if you're a bull and you're trying to buy dips in negative gamma, it's like directional. So there might be a trade here at the bell. You could buy some cheap ass calls right at 4 o'clock, maybe even 4:15. If you don't, if you're like, I'm gonna take my time cap, then wait until the opening. There's nothing wrong with. It feels good to like, oh, I'll wait till tomorrow the open. Call spreads down here aren't a bad idea. He'd probably beat the swing. I don't mind the idea of a call spread here if you're then you don't really have to if you do a call spread down here, you probably likely want to get it more in the money. So there could be a pin. So you want to kind of have a projection of what you think's going to happen. So today's Tuesday or Monday, right? You might get that snapback rally here, and then we trade down. And snapback rally. We trade down, and then we snap back up, and then some kind of nonsense like this. Move up on Friday, and then we sell back down here. Something like that. But something in here for a call spread. You can buy call spreads that are lower. You can buy flies down here. If you're going to buy put spreads, you'd be waiting, right? If I was buying put spreads, I'd be waiting for something up here to re-enter a trade. You can draw in where the shorts are up here. You can see where they are, right? This is where the shorts are. This is where they're waiting, at least. They're waiting right here. Any kind of move higher. And as the days move on, right? What are they doing? They get to come down farther and farther and farther, right? So if we trade up here, they're going to be waiting for you, right? Snapback rally, the short step back in. Does that make sense? That's what they want to do, right?
Brent crude futures settle at $82.68 a barrel, down $2.89 or 3.38%.
That's what the bears want to do. They want to sell this down. They want to get it as weak as possible. And they want a bloodbath down there. That's their plan. What do the real bears want? They want the bloodbath overnight, wrap it up and go home. That's this one down here, right? They want to just straight bloodbath it overnight, splash it down here. That's why you say, hey, if we come down here in the middle of the night, that's why I'm buying that one. That's a huge move. That's like a big, big move right there. Big move. So if you have this in the morning, oh man, I'd buy that. Like I'd buy that with so much money. Like this is like, look at that down here. All that demand down there. In a minute, I'd buy that. In a minute. This is being greedy as a bull. This is like all this stuff. We'll put this in here down here. This is like where greedy. This is me. This is my greed. This is how sick I am. Right down there. It's a big giant buy down there for me. Big, 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 big. Like I'll buy that all day long. Come down here and see me down here. Buy this all day long. And we're still on track with this. Still bullish. Still fucking bullish. All that blood today. All that death and destruction. I'm still bullish in here. I'm still like, we ain't done going up. No fair. No fair buying that down there. Let's see where we are on let's see where we are. So first on this close. I mean, it's likely we're going to go up tomorrow right here. This is a pretty decent chance we're going up tomorrow. I'll give this like a 35% chance of a gap up or sideways and gap up at the open. So like two choices. If in some way, shape, or form I get a gift, and we do this like Mike Wilson bullshit down here, or I don't know, Mike Burry thing down here in the middle of the night, I'm gonna buy the fuck out of that tomorrow. Buy the fuck out of that. And then let's take a look at the. Give me a second here. We'll take a look at the. We'll take a look at BOOKMAP. Hold on here. Yeah, I mean you can see it without even me with me just doing paper charts, right? Just fucking scratching lines. I mean, so this you can see right here. This is value area low, right? This is I showed you. This is where the you know, if there's any kind of nonsense of selling this shit in the middle of the night, all day long buying that, all day long. You see what I'm getting at now? How I'm showing it to you in different ways. I'm showing it to you all day long, and let's look at a different time frame. That's a 5-day, 15-minute chart. That's a 10-day, 30-minute chart. So right down here is like dip buy-in central. You guys understand now, right? You can see above here where some of the resistance is, right? This looks like a hit and run. Didn't I tell you that this morning? I'm like, this shit looks like a hit and run. Well, this is where it gets scary, right? This is a 1 hour chart. This is a trend reversal chart, right? So you start breaking through this level right here. So let's say tomorrow morning we wake up and we've bloodbathed it down into the open, right? This would be like, oh shit. This is the oh shit down here. These are all like single prints down here trying to just vacuum all this kind of stuff. This is what the bears really want. This is what the doom bears want. They want that bloodbath. I don't think you're getting that though. This is your full trend reversal. That's where your full trend reversal is. Just a second here. Stop skiing when you're an old man. Let me see here. Should I get some calls in the bell? I guess would be the question, right? I guess that's the question is, shit, hold on here. Getting reset. Do I buy this close? Is there like a ton of doom out there? And I haven't been on FinTwit at all today. Let's look at the options chain for tomorrow and see what the let's see what the options chain is saying for tomorrow. It's okay. It's got decent. It's not great. So like 400s are $1.17, $1.16. There's not a lot of premium on the call side, right? You guys see that for like tomorrow's they might try to pin it tomorrow. Let's look at the 7th. A little bit more juice in the call side on the 7th. Call spreads might be the play. The 8th is okay. The 9th isn't that good. Boy, I'll tell you what, there's a lot of bearishness in the market right now. Oof. People are just loading. I haven't looked at all, but people are loading up on puts in this market right here. Everyone's short the market at this point, huh? You guys all just got super fucking bearish into the 15th. You guys are bearish for the next 2 weeks. God damn. You guys are all fucking liars. You guys are fucking loaded to the tits and puts. Holy shit. You guys are like, has anybody checked the put call ratio like in the past hour? You guys are fucking, not you personally that's here in the chat with me, but dude, this is like the whole market has got puts right now. Has anybody looked at the put call ratio? Was there lots of SPX put? Dude, there's shit tons of puts out there. Everyone's holding puts. They'll pay some of it. They'll pay it if there's waterfall puts. You need like that first round to come in, and the second round, and the third round, and the fourth round. If you only get the first round, that's a big ass bear trap. Giant bear trap. You need like waterfall puts coming in.
Imbalance currently sitting at 223 million to the sell side.
Yeah, skiing fucking. When you're an old man, dude, skiing is like 2-3 days of that shit with a kid, you're like, I'm done. Get me the fuck out of here. I might buy some calls into this, Bell. If they get cheap enough. If we can get some dirt cheap fucking calls. Yeah. And dude, there's 106 fucking, this is insane. There's 106,000 puts at $2.35. I'm probably buying this, Bell. There's probably a fair chance I'm gonna buy some of the Bell. They're fucking savages out there. Fucking guys are freaking crazy. Guys are fucking straight up animals. I'm gonna take that money away. I'm probably gonna be. Let's look for what we. Let's look at what would be a good paying call for tomorrow. That's insane. You guys are animals. 398s. Those are too pricey. I'd like to get some 398s if they come down to the Bell. If we do any of this nonsense, I don't think we will, but if we did any of that nonsense into the Bell, I'd fucking buy 398 in a heartbeat. They're a little pricey right now. They're juiced. They're like $2.20.
Energy chief to meet with oil executives at Petroleum Council.
Let's say, is there no gap here? Scene of the crimes, like right here. 404. I don't know if I want to go that far out. 404s, they're dirt cheap, 22 cents. That's juicy trade right there. 402s, maybe? 402s. They're 55 cents. I like the 402s. We only have to go to right here. All right. So we'll start with 5, and we'll see. We'll see in 402Cs for December 6th. I'll add to the position. I'm afraid of this bullshit down here. I'm afraid of like
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
I'm afraid of like some destruction in here, so we'll start slow. And we'll look to add to the position after the Bell. If they print after the Bell, I might take the money off at 415. If they were to do anything stupid like some kind of a rip higher into 415, I'd probably take the money and run, and then re-enter the open tomorrow. So I got some rules on this, okay? If we go up before the close and into 415, they print like 40% or something like that, I'm going to take the money and run. If they don't print, I'll add to them into the 415 hour, and if they burn, I'll add at the open tomorrow. I guess the only way I get fucked in this trade is if we trade sideways on the open tomorrow. If I bought the open and then they went sideways. Yeah, I doubt they're paying. They're looking to get paid 400 Cs tomorrow morning. There's 106,000 puts for tomorrow. They were at $2.20 a little while ago. They're at $2 now. $2.04. Maybe they print. I don't want to buy puts. I don't want to buy in the money puts for that much money that are a day from now. I have no fucking interest. I'd rather buy like $2 worth of calls 4 times for 50 cents each and get one right. No fucking way. You got the 404Cs. 404Cs are dirt cheap. My fear on those is that there's a couple mechanic things you have to worry about those. you have to have the open hold just long enough for you to take the money and run. Well, for them to be priced appropriately, take the money and run. Sometimes there'll be a second rip higher. You'll get caught in that bullshit. You could have traded twice. They work. They're
The
just,
White House says the cap can be adjusted over time to prevent Russia from further profiting from the war.
keep on pumping, baby. Keep on pumping. This will be 2 good trades, right? two good trades today live with you guys. Stack up. Get out the chalkboard. Chase is saying, making a very good point. I agree with Chase's point 100%. If you don't want to deal with the bullshit, if you don't want to see like a return to the scene of the crime, deal with that shit, you buy your puts a little bit farther out. Helps you with that 1-to-1 ratio too. The 1-to-1 payout. Oh yeah, there we go. So there you have it. You got a trading plan for the next 2 days. Do you want to know what my bias is? My bias in the short, so my bias long term is bearish over the next year or 2, 5, even 3 years. So far, my bias too is now changed to S&P 500 sideways, attempts to crash the market next year and a half. TLT long as fuck. That would be the stagflation trade. I think there's a trap for bears. I think there's some kind of a trap for bears. Down at like that 3,200 level. No, it's not quite a trap. It's it'll take time to crash it. So, it could be a nice tradable market for the next year. Could be like buy the lows, sell the highs, buy the lows, sell the highs. Nice sideways market. I think you still see parts of tech and parts of it's really scary. Like there's like parts of tech and growth that could blast off. I've got some really weird shit. Like, man, Tesla, dude. I got this really weird fucking chart on Tesla where it goes up from here and then it sells back down into like 136 again. Tesla's fucking looking ugly down the road. On a larger time frame though, S&P 500 doesn't look that bad. It doesn't look as bad as people are. I can see why they're saying that. Like if they hammer that bottom enough, it'll break. I can agree with that too. The timing has to be right. You guys need you need the timing to be right for the S&P 500 to break, I think. So you need more shit out there. Yeah, take off your glasses makes they make out an inverse head and shoulders. I'm long, so yeah, I'm the same way with Tesla. If I get it at 90, I'd be stoked. I'd be hella stoked. I'm afraid the buyers will step in at like that 130, 150. It's gonna be one of those fucking things like pulling teeth. I don't think it's gonna be easy. I don't think that it's gonna be like it might be. We have those moments, right? Where we have that where banks just sell. I think banks would like to sell into that shit. That's what I think. I think if I was a bank trying to if I was a bank, so if I'm thinking like a bank, I'm like, okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I want to buy Tesla at like $90 or $46. If I was like some greedy, fat old white guy in a big bank, I'd be like, I'm going to slam that shit down. I'm going to slam it down again. I can come back up. I'm going to slam it down again. I'm going to unload this shit over the next year and a half at a great price.
Early market on close imbalance currently sitting at 223 million to the sell side.
And then I'd have that nice, fat, huge, nice fat, huge short covering, and fucking Tesla bulls are gonna be like, that was it, that was the bottom. SPY bulls the same way, and then it'll happen in like 2024, 2025. And that's where you get caught with your dick in your hands. Meanwhile, banks had sold at like 150, 135, $90, like some sweet profit taken. It's kind of gross, isn't it? You're holding 390p for 915, 2023. Ooh, yeah, that's a nice one. I like that trade. Dude, the algos are weird. Algos like fucking algo. When you give them too much time, they get kind of crazy. You're like, wait a minute, really? Like, don't trust the algos over long periods of time. I don't trust them. Yeah, I have a really small position. I'm going to add some more into this bell. I think my wife is home. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Happy dogs. I don't know if you can hear my dogs in the background are so excited. We bring our dogs to a like this lady. She's got kennels out in the back and all that kind of stuff. But you know dogs hate that shit, right? It's like you're taking them to the like. I think it's traumatic for dogs. I'm holding 402Cs for tomorrow. For December 6th. My trading plan is to have 402Cs for return to the scene of the crime trade. But it's a very small position because I don't want to get ground down into the bell. So I'll look at it again at like 4 o'clock, then 4:15. I'm okay with them burning because if we get that much burn into tomorrow, if we were to torch the market into tomorrow, it would be a have to buy situation. So I'll lean into a position on the open tomorrow. Hey, wife's boyfriend, what's going on, brother? Good to see you. How you been, brother? I've been posting some pretty nice pictures on Twitter, by the way. Any of you guys watching Joe Harper out there? He's in the workshop. He's like, Joe Harper's in the workshop with some payback. He's like paying all these motherfuckers back. I'm gonna have like a robot sent to my house with an axe or something. Open the front door, special delivery. Special delivery from Joe Harper. He'd probably send a robot to your house too, your wife's boyfriend. Yeah, there's a lot of put buying today. I was shocked at well, not shocked, but I just looked through the options market and I'm like, holy shit. I'm like, people have loaded up on puts. People just went buy, buy, buy. Hey Ross, how are you doing, man? You're at work today? Work sucks.
Early market on close imbalance sitting at
Yeah, we got a sell side.
223 million to the sell side.
Yeah, we got a sell side. I'm going to try to bleed it off into the bell. It sucks when you don't like work. I've had like great work experiences and then bad work experiences, and the bad ones, oh man, they suck. They suck so bad. I was so in a previous life, I had to do a job where it was a, I'm not going to name the place, but it was a very wealthy, for wealthy people in the middle of nowhere. Now you guys see it in pictures and stuff, and they weren't doing so well. And I went out there, and it was the biggest fucking mistake I could have ever made. I literally had to flee. They like when they do this stuff, they like fly you out, put your family up, all that kind of shit. And the stench from this company, I was like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. And of course, it goes against everything that you like built yourself to be. So working at a job that sucks does suck, man. Yeah, I took one trade, small profit. I didn't take a trade over the weekend. I didn't know if I'd be back this morning. I'm still grateful I didn't, because I didn't get back until I got back at the early morning hours, and then I like pick up the dogs, and I'm coming home. Fucking house has been empty for a few days. And then I smelled like travel. I was like, it's like that travel grossness. I don't know what that is. Did a little laundry, all that kind of stuff. And this could have, today we could have sold the open. So actually, we did spike up a little bit. Probably erased whatever you would have held on Friday. So as we started selling off, I'm over here blabbing my mouth. I'm like, I'm not going to take a trade when I'm going to do a reactive trade. So we took some trades down here. I took ones. A couple guys took a couple trades in here. I'm now long into this bell, Ross. There's a high chance of a gap. There's a 35% chance of a gap up tomorrow. There's an even safer trade waiting for the open tomorrow in case we sell off overnight. That's the juicy one for bulls. If we were to sell off in the overnight, you would likely see a huge buy in the market by the opening bell at the latest. It would be a big day. I would expect a trend day. If there was no trend day tomorrow, even off the opening bell, you could likely buy call spreads off that opening bell, and they'd print by Friday. So the safest trade is no trade till tomorrow, and no worries into tomorrow. So if you're just joining us into the bell, got 12 minutes left until the bell. We'll see what happens here. This is all short covering if you want to know. We'll take a look at the 200 SMA for tomorrow. We'll see where we'll try to project what that number is for tomorrow. We'll take a look and see what it's looking like for tomorrow. Sorry, this is the wrong. I need to have a separate chart without all this dog shit on it. You can see we've broken through it though right now. It's gonna look like it's probably gonna track 401.30 for tomorrow, 401.35. We are below it. That's bearish, right? Or technically, at least it is. It's bearish. On a technical side, the Bears have a lot going for them. They traded us below VWAP. They traded us below the pivot. So for the Bears for today, they got. So it's weird. My view, I was like, oh man, is this shit gonna take 3 days? And they did it all in one day, which is outstanding. Congrats to Bears. You broke the pivot. You broke the VWAP. You broke the 200 simple moving average. You broke positive gamma. We're below positive gamma now. I assure you that you're going to see.
Market on close imbalance currently sitting at 1 billion to the sell side, just waiting for the final orders before we call it.
Shit. So I'm sure you're going to see exuberant Doom.
Markets on close imbalance currently sitting at 1,040,000,000 to the sell side.
That's market on close at 1 billion to the sell side.
I'm sure you'll see a exuberant doom into the close state. The other good thing though is you got breaks down here. That does tell you that we're coming back. The one good thing is, doesn't matter if we go up tomorrow. It does tell you that when we break this stuff, right? That the door is open. You'll hear that people say the door is open to below now because they've broken through. Make no qualms. The Bears kicked the door in and said, "Who the fuck is partying in here?" Bulls were hoping for like that 2-3 day, just beautiful consolidation, not distribution, consolidation. And Bears said, "Fuck you, no, we're coming in and raiding this place." Like, kick the door down, the party's over. Bears like, "I want some blood." You got Mike Wilson swinging his dick around and Mike Barry out there, which is hilarious. Wilson's like, "You're not the shot caller. You're not the contrarian trader, bro. I'm the big dog," which is hilarious. I like Wilson. I know some people don't. I like him. The bear trade to me is still not, or it's still not confirmed. So I have my own levels that I want to trade each level, of course. Get more confident as we trade down a couple levels. As a matter of fact, this whole run up, it would have worked well for you to trade that same system. Had you not traded that system, you've probably lost a shit ton of money at this point if you're a bear. A cocaine bear about to go on a tear. You guys are hilarious. Good to see you, Satchel. How you been, man? Good to see you in the bell here. See Spy just trying to fight its way up into the bell. It's like the guy with the whiskey bottle or the cigarette on the rings, trying to lift himself up. He's like, "I'm still here." That's the bull. "I'm still here. I promise. I'm still here, coach." Oh, shit. Yeah, I think it's how we get there on the Tesla PE ratio. I'm trying to think of it from the perspective of the banks and how they're going to try to get there when they do the actual rug pull. There we go. Pump it higher, man. There you go. Pump it higher. Be wary. Just if you are in this trade with me, just be wary. Sometimes, man, if I see this trade go like, you go up 20-40% after the bell, sometimes I just take the money and run. So let's see what happens in the 415. Here we go. Get up there.
So apologies to anyone who wanted to ask a question via our chat on the news desk. It is now back up and running, so no need to email us anymore.
Still trading up into this bell right now. Kind of pinning my calls right. I'm kind of pissed off about it. $402. So I'm in 402s. If you look at 402, you can see that white bar above at 402. You guys want to see it? It's right here. That's where sellers are waiting. I'd like to see what we do right now in a 415. Let me see. What's my thoughts on CPI? What's my thoughts on CPI data? CPI data. What does that come out on the 13th, or is it 13th, or CPI comes out on the 13th, right? Does it come out on Monday? Comes out on Tuesday, and then we get the presser on. Yeah, keep on squeezing up there. Keep on squeezing. Watch those calls right now. They're making money. You could take the money right before the bell right now if you wanted to. Or wait and see what happens after the bell. I'm up on them right now. So that's nice. Here we go. Bleed off some of them fucking puts. You savages buying all those fucking puts. You fucking stupids. So yeah, take the money right. Don't never feel like you. There's never a problem taking profit. Don't ever feel like you can't take profit. A winning trade is a winning trade. You also have a lower liquidity environment, so they're not always. You see like the pump, they're up there at 59 cents, 60 cents right now. You could see them come down a little bit after the bell, and then they might go back up into 415. There's no worries taking a trade off for profit. Tuesday. I know I'm like that's a Monday, right? So it's Tuesday, the day before J-Pop speaks, right? Sorry, I'm in a trade right now. Your wife's boyfriend. I'm trying to watch like this and that. You guys see like that screen? It's over on my right over here, so I have to like. On my side, it's kind of fucked up. Look at that big giant green balls into the bell, baby. Huge giant green balls biting into that bell. I'll sit with here for the next 15 minutes because I'll find out if I'm going to close this out or not. Yeah, 402s are now up to 63 cents, 64 cents, down to 61 cents. What's my thoughts on CPI? I'm having a hard time right now with there's so much noise in the market right now that I'm trying to trade the levels and not pay too much attention. I feel like any of this news right now is just being fucking used as excuses to buy or sell levels. I don't, it's weird. You see people come out and say, well, what, good news is bad news now, or bad news is good news right now, or good news is good news and bad news is bad news. Like that whole argument just comes back to noise for me right now. I'm having a really hard time with that stuff. I'm trading better when I'm just trading the levels. I'm having an easier time knowing when to not be long. I'm knowing when to be long. There's data that goes against a lot of the shit that's being thrown on walls right now is all-time highs for me. I'm telling you, it's. Hey, thanks, Tony Cheese, man. Tony Cheese just supported the channel. Threw us a donation. I appreciate that. It goes a long way. This is all free, so I appreciate the support. I appreciate the likes and subscribes if you're just joining us. It's tough, your wife's boyfriend. It's I appreciate it, just some guy. It's real hard right now, your wife's boyfriend, because there's so much fucking noise, and it doesn't really matter to how the markets move as much as people like to think that it does. There is some positioning, like Wilson. He's positioning, man. He wants you to know so that he it wouldn't shock me to Wilson to pull back shorts just today. Like that, all that market manipulation is constant all the time, and man, it gets on your biases so bad. And there's a blackout right now too. So with the blackout, you're gonna hear so much nonsense. It's like pure garbage. Doesn't matter if it's good or bad. It's all just garbage. Generally speaking, I'm having a real hard go of listening too much to the news, the opinion. The levels have been fairly consistent. The trends have been fairly consistent. Without having to pay attention to any of this shit. Just think about going home and like thinking about all this fucking shit that has nothing at all to do with where the market's going. Hey James, how you doing, brother? Love you too, James. So do I have an opinion? Not right now, I don't. I think if the market is fucking low, they're gonna pump it. I think if the market is high, they're gonna fucking sell it. You know? I think the only stuff that ever comes out of left field is shit that they don't know about. That's the only thing that I think. Oh, you did? You dirty dog. You dirty dog, your wife's boyfriend. You dirty fucking dog. And I love your fucking profile pic too, man. I like how you say things and then I look at your profile pic. Yeah, I don't know what's happening here. I'm getting a little bit of a bleed off here. I might add some at 4:15. See what's happening here. Get a few more minutes left. We'll stay on until 4:15. Let's see what's up. I'm always interested in what happens in the last 15 minutes. It used to be so much more exciting in the after hours. You'd see wild moves in after hours. I'm still interested in it. I'm still interested in it right here. It's always on days like today where it's not always, but oftentimes you'll see some sneaky shit in the last 3-4 minutes. I wish I was able to trade next week. FOMO of missing out of. I think you shouldn't trade. I always like not trading those things, man. Like the easiest thing to do is not trade FOMC. Then you just come back in and find the trend. Any chance you could keep the Twitter alerts going when you live stream? Stupid work meetings get in the way of watching the live stream, missing all the good stuff. Yeah, Tank. Let me write that down. I have to try to get a way to post stuff more consistently while I'm live streaming on Twitter. I have to find a way to do that. This is shaping up to be a little more of a bear flag in tomorrow, huh? I wrote it down. I'll look into it and see what can be done. That's what I used to do. I used to make the trades and then post them on Twitter. And then I had problems with people coming back and being like, "Hey man, that trade didn't pay." And I'm like, "Well, it went up fucking 100%." I'm like, "How long did you hold it for?" And they're like, "Oh, I held it for I wanted 6,000%." And I'm like, "Oh no, get the fuck on out of here." Or I held it and sold it for 30% or 50%. So I stopped doing that. I'm like, all right, fuck them. I'll just live stream it live so they can watch there. Yeah, Tank, I'll look into seeing what I can do. I was writing a schedule for the day. So I'm like, I don't have a schedule. So I'd like to do a schedule where certain parts of the day I'm doing certain things. Harm saying gap down tomorrow into supply wave 3x extension, then head up buying calls on open. Yeah, I like that trade. We were talking about that trade in stream today. I would give my left nut if that happens. That would be a bull's dream if that happens. That's the bull's best trade that they could have would be a gap down into the open tomorrow. That's the kick-ass trade. I don't know. I think so. What I'm doing, I have a small position for a gap up or in the overnight. It's got like a 35% chance of happening. My hope is that we gap down, and then I'll buy a huge position right on the opening bell. That's the sweet trade. That's the trend day trade. That's the beautiful trade. That's the one that you go up fucking just straight green bars all the way into the top. It's really nice. It's almost a free trade. The really shitty trade would be like the sideways trade. Like we open tomorrow flat, and then we stay flat for like 3 or 4 days. That would torch the fuck out of dip buyers. Torch the fuck. That's the most, when you talk about like, how do you hurt the most people? You buy this close, you buy the open. Any bears that are short get fucked. And any bears that didn't close, they get fucked. Any open buyers tomorrow, they get fucked. You just fuck everybody. That would be the fuck everybody trade. You just open flat. You go overnight flat. You open flat and you stay flat till like Wednesday, and then you face ripper Wednesday. I think that's the chart that I posted, right? That you should see like a gap up on Wednesday. That's the where everybody gets fucked trade. That's the horrible trade. I'd like to see that if we gap down, I would be willing to lose this trade for the gap down overnight. I would ultimately make more. I'm making money here. We have 6 minutes left and I'm up on my trade. That's why I stayed with you guys right now. We'll see if they pull some shenanigans into this 415. I might be able to close this trade for some decent money at 415, which is kind of hilarious. I normally don't stay with you guys for this stuff until after, but I have a feeling that last minute or so we might get some action. We'll see what happens. Not always. Sometimes though, that last 2-3 minutes, that last 5 minutes, you see some wonkiness. I've got my fingers on the sell if it gets up to like 65 cents or so. There we go. Get up there, you dirty. Get up there, dirty. Get up there, Miss Stinky. They're burning those puts right now too. We could gap down, Harm. they're burning those puts right now. You know, you can see that, right? So like the puts that were, there were some in the money 400 Ps down here. They're like $2.20. They're now $1.60. So they've scorched. If you had bought puts anywhere down here for tomorrow, they're down what? I don't know if it's 40%, but they're getting hammered right now. I'm at 61 cents in this right now. 61 cents in this trade. They're hammering. They're hammering the puts in the after hours. They're just grinding them down. That's because we're going down. They're telling me to take the money. The options market's telling me take your money and run. I'm like, fuck you. I ain't taking shit and running yet. Patience into the 415. Take your money. Show me the money. Come on, dealers. Come on, dealers. 62 cents now. These fucking scammers. These fucking dealers, man. To the last minute. Always to the last minute. 63 cents now on these calls. Fucking dealers. 63 cents. Almost 64 cents. These fucking dealers are scumbags. Got 2.5 minutes left. Come on. Come on, dealers. Give me that little blast off in the last minute. Insane sitting there. Got a minute and a half left to close these things out. They're at 63 cents. Do I take the money and run or no? Probably. Got what do we got here? 2 minutes left, I should say. 2 minutes left to see if it keeps going up. No, they're trying to take the money. They're trying to tell me no. They just told me to suck it. They just went down to 56 cents. These savages. They're straight savaging me right now. Take it and reload tomorrow. They're trying to shake me out right now. We're just 2 minutes left. We got a minute and a half left. Minute and 15 seconds left. Almost just a minute left here coming up. Less than a minute left. Come on, baby. You're going to fucking pin it. I think I'm just going to leave them on then. I could hold them all day long tomorrow or add to them tomorrow too. I'm not that fearful of losing them. It's a very small. It's 5 contracts. I didn't add to it or nothing. I might just hold it and see what's up. I'm almost back. I'm almost back. I think I bought them at 53 cents or something like that. Yeah, I'm gonna hold them. I ain't buying this bullshit. Yeah, I ain't buying it. I'm gonna hold for the gap overnight. Yeah, I can't sell them even if I wanted to. Okay, you guys all have a great night. I'll have something up for you in the morning. You guys had something from me this morning. I appreciate y'all tuning in. You guys saw the market brief this morning that we'd sell off on the open. We did. I'm looking for two scenarios for tomorrow. Well, 3 scenarios.
Just
I guess.
looking at the market wrap for today's session. Stocks began the week.
I'm looking for a either a gap down in the morning or a gap up. I hope we don't trade sideways into the open tomorrow. If we trade sideways into Wednesday, that would just be gnarly. That's probably the most painful trade for anyone. That would be a sideways move into Wednesday. So we'll see how that works itself out into Wednesday. And if we do get the gap down, though, it's definitely a buy off the opening bell. So we'll find out what happens tomorrow. You guys all have a great night. I'll check in with you guys tomorrow at in the morning, and we'll keep working on that algo and see how it functions. We'll add and take away from it. We'll keep beta testing it, and we'll eventually have a launch for you guys to interact with it and see how you like it. See you guys soon. Yeah, thanks to all you guys out there. Thanks, Young Traveler. Mitch, have a great day. X, have a great day. Ergo, have a great day. Indices we trust. Tony Cheese. Harm. Take it easy, brother. Who else is out there? Your wife's boyfriend, take it easy. Metamorph, Tank Adams, Young Traveler. James Rowland.